Now let's see if we connect. We're going to stare at my studio and wait for the screen to alter or show that things are happening. At which point I feel good about myself or that I've accomplished something. With that, we're going to go to the channel to see if we upload. And that would be another, boost to ego and life. And we hear echo. We hear echo, and we upvote. Everybody, it is a very small act on your part. A single click of the thumbs up, and it is life and death to us. So please engage and upvote, because it more than makes our day. It keeps us on the bandwidth. With that, we are going to go to infinite call, and we are going to press the audio button and see if we can bring on all these wonderful people. And okay, now we are waiting patiently, and we hear the ring. This is always like an integral part of the procedure of getting started for the night. So far, things have gone smoothly. Let's hope that pattern continues. Okay. Aristides, dear man. Okay, I was talking to him just yesterday. Hope he's all right. Was it yesterday? I thought it was yesterday. Felt like it. At any rate, hopefully he joins us at some point. That would be optimum, ideal. Let's take a look at whether or not we're okay. He did not join us, but at least OBS is responding to the ring. Let's try the call again. See what we can do. Get our man back on here at some point, most hopefully. And okay, audio call. Okay, let's see if he's there. We are, good sir. How are you? Yeah, you okay?
Okay, let me turn this sound
We're
off.
joined by Troy Bellamy. Welcome aboard, Troy. I'm so glad you came. Yes, and then he went off. Just you and I for now, but Troy Bellamy, you're welcome to rejoin us. I definitely want a roundtable tonight because I haven't got too much else in me for tonight. We're going to attack the Board of Peace, talk a bit about all and sundry, but mostly bacon on a roundtable to get us through a few hours. Wednesday nights can be rather sparse. I'm gonna really save I'm gonna hit everything hard on Sunday night. We're gonna talk about the Third World War that's, well, Fourth World War. I hate using that term World War III. It's so antiquated because we've been through World War III. That's what the so-called Cold War was. It was grossly misnomered. We have Samuel Romero joining us. God bless him. So please be patient, Sammy, with Aristides going to do his blurb, and then we're going to hit the round table. But by all means, Aristides, are you in the mood? You ready?
The mood. Just a minute. Just a minute.
Sure. Well, let's test Sammy's, rage. How's your tech, Sammy? Say hi.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Oh, much the better for your joining us. Welcome aboard. If you need to busy yourself with some daddy duties while Aristides does his blurb for a little bit, that's fine. But so glad you joined us. And as a matter of fact, before Aristides does his blurb, because he's kind of prepping right now, how are your people care about you as a human being, a person? How are you, Sammy?
Oh, I'm doing fine. I'm doing fine. Just busy with school, but other than that, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm just just trying to get through my week like everybody else,
Yes. And thank you for joining us, because as I told everybody, they canceled my dental appointment, which of course I had to go to bed early for, got up early just in time for a cancellation. I was beyond unhappy about this, and I'm just, suffering now with it's been years that I've been trying to get a mouth guard formed around my teeth by these people, a custom mouth guard, and they've just been delaying it forever. I really have to talk to someone at UCSF about this. This is no longer tenable. And all that being said, so I'm not in the best of moods right now, but I'm going to try my best to, of course, be as I'll muster what charm I can. But in the meantime, had a nice private conversation with Sammy the other day, but I was so distracted by just the problem of the Google, which has been solved. I want everyone to know the Google has been resolved, and it turns out that we did the right thing. I actually did the right thing by spending the money that was on my PayPal card, because there was no way Google could have extracted the money anyway, because my cards had been changed from due to security reasons earlier in the year, and there's no way that I know of that I could have gone into the Google system to alert Google to that change. The Google does not have that interface capacity that I know of. So the only thing you could do is wait for them to bill you, wait for the billing not to work, and then they provide you links with which to work with to solve that issue. And then at that point, you update the system. That's basically what happens. So, but we couldn't have done it without the help from all of our friends. And I will credit them by name again in a matter of, soon enough in the show. In the interim, Sammy was one of them. 25 United States dollars from Sammy Rōmēro, a family man who has his own expenses and responsibilities. An incredible contribution from a man who's already, almost overwhelmed. But all that being said, dear Sammy, how about what else is on your mind in terms of current events? I'm going to be, of necessity, kind of hitting the FIFA Soccer Cup tonight. Just wanted to donate some time to that, all the politics behind it. Do you have any observations in that regard? By all means, share them. Or anything else, for that matter.
Honestly, right now, off the top of my head, we're not doing very good as far as welcoming, all the, foreign players. Especially TSA has been harassing them, and they're getting their welcome.
Oh yeah.
So even the European players, are getting their welcome as well, which that's very interesting. But I mean, that's pretty much it. I mean, I'll probably come up with something better. Probably after the blurb.
No worries. No worries. So, yeah, that's fine. So you ready? Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Go. Round out that thought. Round out that thought by all means. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. No, that was pretty much in a nutshell. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's fine for now. That's beautiful. Yeah, for now. Yeah, that's fine for now. Aristides, you ready to dive in? Ari? Let's see if he's on the call.
Yeah.
Okay. Great.
Yeah, I think so.
Yes.
Now I've sat down.
Yes.
But even in the hustle here, I did remember to hit the thumbs up vote right away, as everyone should now be well trained to do. If you are, you know why. If not, the reason why is not just to show your support and not just to show the YouTube algorithm to popularize the content, if you will, but to counteract the downvotes, which are hidden not just here but everywhere these days, which are placed. There are a few there placed by certain detractors, certain worn out, crusty bots, and a couple fingers, I guess, and so it accounts for some, I don't know, was it 10 or a dozen or so downvotes that need to be canceled out right away, so that the algorithm doesn't go negative. So that is important because it affects Douglas's ability to reach people, or his ability to be found in search or suggested by the algorithm, etc. So it's very important everybody gets that upvote right away as soon as they get here. So
Thank you.
It's the first thing. And you need to be logged in to do that. If it's telling you you can, if you never tried this before and it's saying you can't do that, got to be because you're not logged in to YouTube. That's how it works. You have to be logged in to do the YouTube functions. It's not such a bad thing because it does provide some checks on the malicious things that people can do. I don't think you can do that anywhere on the any pretty much anywhere where you can click, even so much as upvote or anything. You have to be signed into whatever it is. Like, you got to be signed into everything now.
And most of the time you already are anyway. I mean, most of the time.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I know. But like, yeah, it's like when somebody's like, oh, vote for me in this thing, you can't just go vote. You have to, like, it's always some scam. But yeah. But here it's not. Here it is just good, wholesome algorithm stimulation. And so you need to be signed in. And if you've never done that, the easy way is to use a Gmail. I believe that'll get you right in without any further complication. So if you have one, or if not, if you're willing to make one, if not, I'm sure you can negotiate with YouTube to sign in using some other email. It may take extra work, but Gmail is the easiest, and most people have one or two or three, or one you forgot from years ago. And how about you get that fired up and get them all fired up, because cool thing is, once you are signed in and you access your little account menu thingy up in the corner, as where you would usually find such thingies, click on that. One of the top entries is switch account. So there you can add additional accounts you want to sign in with, such as other Gmails. And you might ask why. Well, because once that's set up, you can just switch between them real quick, and you can upvote again. And so you can vote more than once in the Dietrich democracy. So yes. So
and your vote really counts, unlike in the Electoral College where it's simply canceled.
Right. So yeah, it counts, and it counts extras. That's fun. It's fun for the whole family. So do the multiple voting because you can, and it's free. Just a little bit of effort. Sounds like a lot, but once you get that all set up, you go in a little menu, click, and you're done. So, and if that's too much, even with one single login account, you can still go under that same spot there in the menu, switch account, and create a channel for nobody that's ever published anything on YouTube or anywhere else. Just because you're signed in doesn't mean you're ready to publish a video. You have to actually create like a channel to do so. The cool thing is, though, it's a separate identity, a separate name from your regular account, and it can do its own upvoting as well, its own unique upvoting. So that's another tier of possibility for
participation. And support.
Or finagling the algorithm. So there's all that, and get those upvotes in. So it's saying like, subscribe, what else? Likes, all these things we'll cover. So if you see a button that says subscribe, you definitely want to hit that and subscribe to the channel. If you don't see it, it's probably because you are subscribed, but you will want to check that at some point, even if you know you did in the past, because people do get unsubscribed. YouTube does that even on a normal day, and especially here, anything can happen because Doug's not monetized. So why would they want to pump content to people? It's not monetized when they can. I'm sure people who monetize their content, don't get people unsubscribed.
Actually, you'd be surprised if they actually do. YouTube's that fucked up. It just for some reason it just does that. It just unsubscribes people.
That's why they gotta put in more data centers so you can keep track of this. Anyway, you will want to check that, and we'll tell you how. Really, the way is. Do not directly click out right now out of here to get there because you'll lose the live. But there where it says his name in blue or his main channel, you'll want to go there. If you're confident opening a new tab on your device, do that, or go there later after the program, say, and go to his main channel there, youtube.com/@DouglasDietrich. It'll show you definitively whether you are subscribed right there at the top.
Excellent.
So in both places, you'll see the notification bell. You want to hit that, click on that. It'll give you a little menu. You want to click all, and that means in all cases, it'll give you a little pop-up notification that the program has begun. It is a great thing, the pop-up, because it serves as a reminder for you. Nothing more to remember. It serves as probably a indication you are still subscribed. So that is useful. And it's quick and easy. And yeah, even I use it. I just click on that when it pops up. So, search your favorites or anything like this, just there. So there you go. Do that. See, like, subscribe, share. Oh yeah, share. That's right. Share and share alike. So you will easy way to share is the button right below the window. It says share. And if you click that, it'll pop up a little screen where you can grab the link. It's really the same link as that's in the browser bar, but YouTube will feel you clicking that. Click share.
Yes.
You can click copy. It'll copy for you. So you don't have to right click. You can click copy. You can just click the button. I want to twiddle all the buttons at some point, maybe multiple times. So click share. And it's got the buttons platform specific. All it does is it opens that app for you and just drops the same, ready to drop the same link. So really the key thing is just getting that link and sharing it anywhere and everywhere you can, or that you feel comfortable or even remotely comfortable doing so, or even not comfortable if you're ready to test your boundaries and be brave. Put it in that group chat, send it to a friend who might appreciate the content, email it, put it on Facebook, send it to your boomer relatives on Facebook, send it to everybody in your company on company email.
Yes. Pass it around on flyer that you print out yourself. Yes.
Yeah, you can print out. Well, these days you probably want to print out the QR codes. That's the easy way, because nobody's going to sit there really some would type in a link, but most people don't want to do that. So they just want to aim their phone at the code. QR code generators are free. You can find them. Just look it up. Print a QR code. Put a little image next to it. Say the thumbnail image from tonight. That would generate some interest for sure.
Yeah, I'll catch their attention.
I'll have to explain that one when I'm done.
Never. Go on. Never go on.
Never a dull eye full here. I mean, we might not have moving pictures, but we just did artwork and photography. So put an image, put the QR code, tape it up in the busiest public area that you can. If you're afraid of cameras, they don't have them in bathrooms, so that you know of. I mean, but forget.
They do.
You can't hide. You can't hide. So not in the stall. No, you go in the stall, tape it up there. Just like the old days, for a good time, scan QR code, whatever you can think of. So share that link anywhere and everywhere. So like, subscribe, share, and those are the main things. When you're in that menu, also you want to check that they're a little farther down. There's a thing that says restricted mode, that is off, because the content is automatically screened by YouTube and it might be labeled as age restricted. And if for some reason that's on, maybe, this has been your account since you were a child and your parents made it for you and they turn that on. But now of course, you're an adult and it's time to turn that off.
Physically, at least.
Yeah. And at any rate, turn that off, or else run into situations where you cannot access the content, or if you have any friends that also listen and they're having issues, that might be why. So you want to do that. So like, subscribe, share. What else is there? Money. contribute. Last but not least, support in terms of cold hard U.S. PayPal, U.S. dollars PayPal. It's the preferred method, and we will put the link there in the chat. We'll put the one that we normally put, since the other Google thing is resolved. Doug's personal PayPal. He's where the business fees are not taken out. Put that there. That is the quick and easy way to send money. So you want to, if you have a PayPal, you want to click that, and you want to send him all the money that you can. Empty it out. We understand there's probably not much in there, but in this economy, you understand. But you'll get more. Douglas doesn't get more unless he gets contributions. So this is his job, his rightful job. He's a working disabled person. This is his pay. $0 salary plus tips, contributions. So so hit that PayPal if you can, at all can. If you don't want to make, will never have a PayPal. Don't lose hope. It's still very easy. All you have to do is go to the website, his website, douglasdietrich.com. We'll put that link in there. I think it is also listed on your main channel page. Yep, it is on the main channel page, Douglas. So you can always find it there. Excuse me.
No worries.
So then, so you can go there and find the button to click if you have a credit card where you don't need to be signed into PayPal. The yellow button upper right-hand corner says donate, not the one in the middle, which you can click for fun. It doesn't do anything. You're going to click and probably have to go back and then click the yellow one, the real one, and that'll give you a menu. And one of the entries will be donate with debit or credit card. So all you have to do is have the card, not be signed in. It'll still pay him on PayPal through his business account. They do take a little bit of fees, so add a little bit extra from what you want them to have. But it does provide functions like this, because it's a commercial account. So you can do it just with a card, not logged in, or with Venmo. They give you an option there. And then the third one is just donate with PayPal, like being logged in. But if you're going to do that, I mean, if you end up doing that, no big deal. But probably prefer to use the one we put in the chat, the Douglas D. Dietrich, the same one listed on the front, right there, conspicuously in high contrast every time, right on the image.
Yes.
You don't have to type all that just like that. If you just search for PayPal, go to PayPal, type Douglas D. Dietrich. That is the one. So send him your money there. So the website's also there. So those are the easy electronic methods. Currently, he does not have a Cash App or anything like this set up. If you got tons of money in there, I'm not sure anybody has tons of money in there. Cash App. I don't know. I feel like people with lots of money don't use it, but
that's right.
That's
how they get rich. Yeah, that's how they got it all.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. There's a lot of services that will. So if you have something there and you're just burning to get rid of it, we'll figure it out. Say something in the chat. There's not really a direct way for that, but we will figure it out. Even if you have physically want to send money, a postal money order would be preferred, since you got to mail something, probably at the post office. Get a money order there. While we're at it, don't send the cash. That's not safe. Things happen. Get a money order or even a personal check is fine. Especially if it's very large, all the better. So you will, if you're going to send anything physically in the mail, it is cash. You're just burning to get rid of this money you got from somewhere, and you need to clean it up. Do the laundry. You can just bind it up tightly in some type of card or stiff. Something, and get one of those envelopes for that. And anything you're going to send in the mail, you will probably want to send Doug an email at the email I'm going to put in right now in the chat. Douglas. It's Douglas Dwayne Dietrich at gmail.com. And you to let him know that something is on its way, so he knows to look out for it, because we would hate for that to be missed if he didn't know it was coming. So things do happen, but if you tell him it's coming, it's just a gigantic payment coming in the mail. He will wait, dutifully by the mail slot for it to arrive. And so, yeah, best to let him know. He'll send you his address. He's given out for on air, but I'll leave that up to him.
Probably
best to let him know anyway. Best to, surprises are great, but the surprise that it got lost in the mail is not the one that we're looking for. So,
yes. Happened
There
often
you go,
enough in the old days, yes. By the way, I want to thank TSVRC said how easy it was, so thank you TSVRC for participating in support. Our dear friend Marcus in Australia, he says that his comments on both accounts had trouble being consistent. Out of 5 comments, maybe 50% failed. He's got 3 channels, so he's been trying to work with the vote thing. Yeah. And
all right.
Yeah.
Comments out of 5 comments where?
Oh, he's probably talking about the chat. The YouTube's very strange, but if he's talking about adding comments after the show uploads or publishes, yeah, we don't know how that works. We know that we are not allowed commentary. We've never been allowed commentary while the show is live.
Right.
But I think that's because we're not monetized. If we were monetized, that would probably be allowed. So
probably. Well, while you're trying all that, make sure every different one you're logged in with, hit that upvote. So that's all. At least that.
And upvote the comments. Of course.
And right.
Yeah.
Comments are enabled after the live when it becomes a replay. So then there will be comments below, including Doug's, where he puts his crucial information there that we just gave you, but he puts it there also.
By the way, Marcus confirms he's talking about now. Yeah, when we're live and he's in the chat, a lot of his chat comments get YouTube blocked or suppressed. I
don't know. It could be I don't know if it's like an anti-spam thing, or for sure that YouTube knows that it's you. It either you're not fooling them. They know it's I would think.
Right. By the way, Vicky Chase, love you dearly, honey. Always adore you. Thank you so much for joining us, Vicky Chase. Vicky Johnson. Vicky Johnson. God damn. So sorry. Mea culpa. Mea maxima culpa. I am so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh my God, I fucked up. Vicky Johnson. Love you, Vicky Johnson. Vicky Johnson 6033. Love you dearly. Always my infinite adoration. You have no idea how embarrassing I feel, how embarrassed I feel about that. So Vicky Johnson is our lady, and she's with us at all times. We adore her, and I worship at the ground on which she walks. And right now I'm doing my best what's the term again? Prostate. I'm prostating myself. Prostating myself appropriately.
Prostrate. There's an extra R.
No, that's the organ. That's the organ.
No, prostate is inside you. Prostrate is to lay before someone.
Okay, so prostate is the organ. Prostate is the organ. Okay. Oh my God. Did you find that out the hard way?
We get you're bowing down. You're bowing down before her.
That's right.
That's it. Just
I have to ask though. I have to ask though. Did you find that out the hard way?
What? No.
Okay, we all get there. All men get there. Okay, at some point, all men need the prostate shaved. That's what they call it. They call it shaving the prostate. They literally go in there and they cut it down to size because it gets bigger with age. So normally men go through this if they're in a country that has, surgical options like that. By the way, the Lay Rene Encounter says, good evening, Team Dietrich. Blessings to you all. Love you too, honey. Welcome back aboard, and we'll do our best to be at least as entertaining as we can tonight, because we're just taking it easy tonight. It's been one hell of a week. Vicky Johnson gives me a kiss, so I appreciate her forgiveness. I'll take that as her forgiveness. Back to Aristides. Yes.
Right. Well, I think that's about all, except for the talking about the title of the program and footnotes there, where I think I see only one. The title of the show there is always filled up. It's only 100 characters max, and that's never enough room to acknowledge everything Doug wants to for this.
We took 99 tonight. Tonight it's only 99 characters.
Well, yeah, it's, I mean, right. I mean, you could make a whole new word from that one. So, okay. So you want to check that out. If there's an asterisk, it refers to a footnote in the description. If you go just below where it says see more or something similar, then you can read the full description, and it is will be referenced in there. So you get your whole fill of different languages here. So I see Alexander the Great's death day. So that's right. That's notable.
Yes.
For sure.
Even the number of years ago that it happened. Yeah.
Yeah. What year was that?
God, I'd have to read the text.
Yeah.
It's in the text. I'd have to read it. 323? 323. I can't believe I remember that. I got it right? 323. BC.
Right. Born or wait.
Dead.
So it's dead. 323 dead. 356 born.
Yeah, 356 born. BC. You were counting.
Yes.
Backwards,
Yeah. Right. Right. 56. So he was what?
Yeah, but
not
he
even
refused to talk about any of that cool shit. He just glaze over his life. Instead, we're talking about golden hair, the fallen one. Shit. Yeah.
Golden hair, the fallen one. What?
Yeah.
Oh.
Like he's a villain. Like he's a video game villain, like a Dark Souls villain.
Oh, you mean Alexander the Great?
No, I said we should talk about that, but instead you talk about golden hair.
Mr. God, yeah, orange hair, yeah, golden hair, orange face, yes. Well, you don't call him golden hair. It makes him sound like, I thought you were talking about like some Hellenic sun god or something.
No, okay, orange body, villain.
Yeah, Cheeto. Just say Cheeto Lord, like he's Cheeto Lord. Well, welcome aboard, dear Brendan. So glad to have you with us. And, well, let's have our dear Aristides round up his thoughts, and then I'll try and explain.
Well, that was about it. I think I should take advantage of Brendan being here.
Well, we love you dearly, Aristides. That was wonderful. Thank you so much for that. And we want to thank Samuel Romero for 25 United States dollars. Julian Ungurianu for $38.38, and Dr. Thor of Radionic Tech L Limited Liabilities Company for 100 United States dollars with the message, I hope this helps. All of it did. It helped immensely. And so tell me, Brendan, I think that there is no way we could have preemptively taken care of this issue. There was no way to interface that I'm aware of with Google in such a way that we could have gone in and changed that card. We literally had to wait because the card had been changed for security reasons with a new number by PayPal. We literally had to wait until Google charged it and failed in the charge, and then gave us the interface links by which to update the information. And for that reason, even if we had money on the card, Google could not have accessed it until that took place, correct? There was no way to preemptively change the info. You had to wait until they build it and it failed, correct? For them to give you the link to change it. That's how I understand it. That's what it seems like. We handled it the only way we could.
Yeah, pretty much.
Thank you.
Sums it up.
And by the way, I want people to know, my father, the legal father, though in all fairness, my biological father probably spoke similarly, but my legal father, because he was an American. Now, Adolf Hitler, of course, my biological father, he loved Native Americans, and, you know, big fan of Westerns, and all Germans love Native Americans. They're very sympathetic to Native Americans. East Germany is loaded with Westerns where the Native Americans are the heroes, not the cowboys. East Germany specialized in making those. But when it comes to the my legal father, I remember he would say things like just old baggage from the culture he grew up with. It's things like now don't run out like a bunch of wild Indians, that sort of thing. Or, you know, what are you looking for on the horizon? I'm looking for the little red Indian, he would say. It's like these were like products of, he's a product of his time. And so when Brendan and I were working with the Google issue, and he said, oh yeah, you know, I said, what if this knocks off, you know, will it be able to interface with PayPal now that PayPal's got all this, you know, the Microsoft, since the Microsoft throws this weird security glitch up in front of me whenever I try to access PayPal. It has nothing to do with PayPal, where my account is in good standing. It's something to do completely with Microsoft, because somebody tried to break into my PayPal account before, which is why I had to get the new cards, which then triggered a permanent Microsoft security alert, which throws this shit up whenever I try to access PayPal. I said, will Google be able to access PayPal through that? And that's when Brendan said, let's hope they have enough Indians to make it work. And at that point, all I interpreted that as was my father's way of saying it, and I was thinking he meant like all your ducks in a row. Like, let's hope they have enough Native Americans to make it work, like all their ducks in a row. I thought he just meant like a sense of they have all the shit together. Then I realized later on he meant all the Asian Indian staff, Asian Indian they have working with them, which shows how dated I am. Oh my God, I'm a product of not only the 20th century, but the fucking 19th. It really made me realize how stuck my processing is. So there we go. Back to Brendan with that. So, dear Brendan, how are we tonight? People care about you.
Such a beautiful story.
That yes. So, at any rate, so people care about you as an individual. How are you?
I'm doing all right, you know, as well as I can be. Knowing a vampire really dampens the, you know, the spirits.
The joy of life. The joy of life.
Yeah. But other than that, it's like, yeah.
How do the French say it? Joy de vivre? Joy de vivre?
Yeah. Yeah. So it really fucks me over, but, you know, whatever. I'm making it work as far as right now.
As far as you can. Yeah, you poor kid. You've seen it all.
Oh, yeah. And it only gets worse the more you deal with someone like you. Never gets better for some reason. Yeah, in the words of CL Phantom Hive. Yes. Yeah, he said, Sebastian the Demon Butler said, why do you need an insurance policy when you have me? And CL, the kid that's bound by demonic contract, says, I trust you least of all, Sebastian. So if anyone thinks I care or like Douglas, that's not the case. This is like, you know, someone says, why do you love him so much? It's like, I trust him the least of all. There's nothing, not a good bone in his fucking body. And it's just become circumstantial at this point. Just hell, this never-ending hellscape. So there you go. Yeah.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yes. Yeah. I love getting woken up with Aquino pouring me a glass of tea, a cup of tea. Yeah, it's really nice.
Getting force ghosted.
Yeah, great way to wake up. Yeah, great way to wake up. Yeah.
Oh, yes. It's all I can say is, well, at least he had his charm. He had to. The most effective monsters do. Otherwise, you just scare people away before you can get to them.
Yeah, well, as far as I could ascertain, nothing really. I never got anything out of it, unlike everyone else.
Yeah. There's a point to be
It was almost
taken.
like a lecture.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
oh, just keep helping Douglas.
Wasn't it more of like, oh, he ain't so bad. He's just crazy.
Yeah,
Something
no,
along those-
verbatim. He said he's not so bad. Douglas ain't so bad. Don't be so hard on the guy. It's like, dude,
But when
like,
he said,
it's worth it.
when he said don't be so hard on the guy, it was qualified with some kind of comment about my sanity, wasn't it?
He's just like pity. Like I had to pity you. He's just crazy. He's just a crazy guy.
Yeah, he made up all that stuff about me and what I did at the Presidio with all those kids.
Forget about all that. It's like I'm surprised he didn't pull that shit. But luckily, it was only once. So if anyone's concerned about this happening all the time, it's just
No, it's not repeated.
Yeah.
As happens with some people, apparently a lot of people get hit by him repeatedly, which is that sucks. Okay, interesting restaurant here. I guess Charlie, he's that guy who is kind of like the unhappy meals that are presented to turn that frown upside down. Oh, okay. There's our man T-Tank is bringing in. He must be seeing these places. He's probably photographing them because he's near them. I get it.
he could probably see your wretched city from where he's at.
Yes, poor guy. Jesus Christ. Well, you saw it earlier today in your travels, so you can tell.
And it's. I'm looking at it right now. It's got a miasma of evil fog around it. It's disgusting. And it's all emanating from Russian Hill.
Yeah. Oh, dude.
Just seething with evil and
Yeah.
nastiness.
No,
And it looks cold. It looks fucking cold.
It is. It was supposed
Like
to.
it's like 90 degrees over here, and then it looks cold over there.
Thank you. No, the fog chills it all the heat. It chills the heat. It was supposed to be 71 degrees today, so it probably reached that at some point, but whether it felt like that or not, I don't know. I tried catching some sleep before the show, so I turned the electric blanket down to half. But it was just it's been a pretty involved past few days, and I will confess to everyone, being a data hoarder when we had to deal with what we did with Google, that was stressful to me. I hate it when that sort of thing happens. But
what do you mean dealing with Google? Nothing even happened. When was this?
Well, thanks to your help, nothing happened. But just the fact
That was yesterday. That wasn't today.
Yeah, I understand that. Yes, but it was after the show, after the latest show before tonight. But during that time, it had that Damocles sword hanging on my screen, till June 14th for your service is cut, which is just terrifying,
They wouldn't have deleted everything.
Well, let's not even speculate on as to what would have happened. Something would have happened that was negative, no doubt. But it's like, you don't want to play with something like that. Forces like that are basically cosmic to someone like myself who lives in a world of data. Yeah. And interesting staircase presented by T-Tank Berry. Have no idea where this is. Okay, he's getting some interesting. Yeah, look at that. Hey, is that's a manufacturing site, right? That's not like a work site in the sense that we're familiar with.
I don't know. You think I know anything about this shit?
We've got to keep
I've never
everybody.
seen such a thing in my life.
Yeah, we've got to keep everybody.
Looks like a missile silo. It looks like he's spelunking in Soviet missile silos.
Yes, there we are.
Stairway to Hell. There, he told you what it was.
Yes, there we are. Well, we know where he hides up.
Yeah.
During
yeah.
the work
there you
shift.
go. Yeah, there you go. Stairway to Hell. Yeah.
Okay. So all that being said, when it comes to Brendan and I spoke earlier before the show started because, of course, I had to make certain that we got the mic working again, because after we experimented with installing a VPN at a very, very low price, something like literally $6. I can't remember. It was like 80.
$2.
Yeah.
$2.
Yeah, $2. Yeah, 80 something percent off. 80 something percent off. So it was the right thing to do, and just experimented in installing that. And shortly after that, the computer upgrades. It forces an upgrade. It's not because of the VPN, but in my case, it was, no doubt. It's these upgrades always happen at the most suspect times. They never make any sense. But at any rate, that knocked the mic off. So when Brendan and I reset the mic before the show, we were talking, and I brought up that when I was going through enormous stresses in the past and trying to just make money for rent, and had spilled guacamole, of all things, on the keyboard and killed the keyboard that I had at that time, and Aristides had to buy me a new one. And note this, of course, was Aristides who bought and sent me a new keyboard. Peter Moon never gave anything, not a goddamn thing. But he so wanted me to be freaked out and distressed, and he was like, "Why aren't you upset? Why aren't you, screaming at the top of your lungs? Are you altered?" And
on drugs.
yeah, are you on drugs? Yeah, he literally said that. And then, as well as are you altered? You sound altered. He even said you sound altered. I said, no, I'm just maintaining, as optimistic a front as possible. Aristides will send the keyboard, and, I have to last a day without it. But, we were just trying to work around the issue with no help from Peter, of course. And, but that son of a bitch, that was way before my surgery, when he started saying, oh, what if he dies? Yeah, he might die during surgery. And it was actually, he had taken on a very hostile, confrontational tone for probably a good year prior to the surgery. And he was somebody who was just wanting so bad for me to, I guess, go into some kind of batshit panic on air. And he would say that. He would say, Douglas is panicking. And he would say that on air. I don't know if you remember him saying that. He was just always so incredibly offensive. There's not a single positive thing to say about all the years he wasted, which of course was his assignment. And of course it's on record, so no one can deny it. So all of that having been lived through in a flashback, I'm looking at various nuclear tests. Oh, no, this is in Korea. We're seeing explosives in Korea. The Frozen Chosen. Okay, so our dear friend, my father would have loved this. He would have appreciated what T-Tank is showing us, because, of course, the Korean War was a big part of his experience, as was World War II and the opening stages of Vietnam. But all that being said, so with that in mind, Colder Than Hell, the Marine Rifle Company at Chosin Reservoir. Yes, of course, everybody knows what I've said about that in the past. I've exposed, of course, the fact that the worst enemy the U.S. Army ever had in Korea was the United States Marine Corps, which actually ran strafing runs and killed U.S. servicemen in an act of treason in order to basically prevent them from operating at optimal levels so the Marines could take all the glory. It was beyond disgusting. It was treasonous. So I've gone in depth about that before. All that being said, without getting lost in that. So, dear Brendan, as you said, you said back in the old days, I used to have all the cool cryptids no one knew about. You can start bitching about that.
You know it. Why are you making me repeat it? I'm not trying to blaze you.
Because it's funny. It's because it's so fucking funny. It's not blazing, it's roasting.
Well, yeah, if you bring it up to modern time. Yeah, but back in the day, you at least would have like the cool cryptids, like the mer people, and the fucking ghoul. Have like, I really do not want to say Cho, but yeah, like just alternative alternative cryptids that no one talked about.
Yes.
So that was what was alluring about a 6 amp.
Yeah.
And then now it's just the same old shit over and over all day. Yeah. Yeah, TDS is what they would what the other guys call it.
Yeah, Trump derangement syndrome. Yeah.
Like that's all these people think about.
Oh, but that's what he wants. That's what he wants. He demands.
Yeah,
that.
you're feeding into creep. Yeah, you also had some other cool cryptid stuff that you didn't even show on air.
Yes.
Like those floating skeletons and shit.
Yes.
You know?
Thank you. Yes. And in terms of the floating skeletons, there's so much I dealt with.
Yeah, that makes them sound really lame. But the ghoul, the desert.
Thank you. Got it.
Parasite things.
Got it. Yes. Yeah. Thank you. And thank you for clarifying that. Because otherwise people imagine Halloween props, which is
it sounds stupid as hell.
Yes.
I mean, the film didn't do it any service, but I got what you were saying. Yeah.
Yes, across. Got what I was saying across. Indeed. With all I can say is we'll see what happens in the near future organically. It's just I'm trying to get a lot of the bad taste out of my mouth behind me from those years, simply because of the kind of people who were attracted to us back then. I mean, as you know, look what it got. You know, Holly Kiefer.
Well, when you had firing lines, people would just call up and say, "Cthulhu, I need to know." Cthulhu.
When I had the Saturday night firing lines, you would have thought all anyone cared about was H.P. Lovecraft.
I honestly, at first, I thought you were one of the writers of like a D&D campaign. So I was like, damn, this dude, that's all he does is talk about this H.P. Lovecraft shit. I thought you were one of the co-authors. I was like, why do they keep asking?
We know why. It was as Heather would say,
you're the man.
Yeah,
you're the man.
I am the go-to guy for that. The interesting
Not
thing,
me.
Yeah. We can't overemphasize that enough. Yes.
Yeah.
The interesting thing is that Brooke Gibson, it made my spine crawl when Brooke Gibson was getting bitchy about it, cunty about it, when she was like saying, "Oh, I knew you know," when I was bringing up something about some overall context for historical subjects, and I brought up H.P. Lovecraft, and she said, "I knew you were gonna bring up H.P. Lovecraft." No, it's like, look, this is like an inescapable topic in context. That was one of the reasons why it became kind of like a rut, because it attracted the most negative people. And H.P. Lovecraft felt this while he was alive. I mean, Brendan can describe it easily. Like, everybody kept approaching him, "Give us Cthulhu! Give us Cthulhu!"
Yeah, they wanted an illustration. They wanted more description.
Yeah.
And eventually he got fed up and he said, "All right, I'll draw it." And everyone huddled around the fire. They were waiting.
Yeah.
And then he took a napkin and just scribbled some dude on the toilet and then put tentacles on his face. And said, "This is your Cthulhu.
Yeah, an overweight.
Stop asking me."
Yeah, an overweight individual. Yes, at that. And but it was like that's what they deserved. He hated them. He hated it's kind of like there's no, how would I say it? There's no real parallel. Anyhow, Les Renee Encounters, along with Vicki Johnson, love you dearly. So here we are. So when it comes to the Les Renee Encounters, don't forget, everybody, you're welcome to send me a contact request. It's best to do it while the show is live. So if you send me a contact request while the show is live, hopefully I'll get a notification, can just hit it, and then bring you into the call. Doesn't mean you have to jump onto the call right now, but it means you will be called from this point forward whenever the show starts. And of course, you never need to answer. You answer only if you want to. And but that means you can jump onto the show anytime you want. So everybody do remember that you have that option. If you're in the chat just send me, and if you're not in the chat, if you're just listening, you can just send me a contact request. And I'll get the notification, hit it, and then eventually you can be brought on the call. Obviously, I'll take a look at who's coming as what. Female names are definitely given usually a step up in the line for being allowed on, and we work it from there. But we always have to be cautious, of course, and obviously it's kind of hit or miss. But if you want to ever have the opportunity to join the conversation, just send the contact request while the show is live. Otherwise, by seeing it, it doesn't seem to have that option anymore. Yeah. So
the entrance fee is $25, and there's only limited slots. We only have limited slots, so join now if you need them. Need to get in before midnight. Seriously, I'm not joking.
Oh, that's cute. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, why not?
Limited slots.
Yes.
We only have room for 2 more people, so
Cool.
$25 a month gets you on permanent roster. One time guests probably, I don't know, Doug can set the price.
Yeah. Well, that's it's a good idea. I mean, hell, why not? But then again, it's not a good idea considering the kind of people we might get.
It's all up to Doug's discretion.
Yes. In the end, it's up to discretion, caprice, and whim. But when it comes to, I try to be rational about it, but after a while, the rationality just fades. It just fails. In light of some of the people we had. What was the guy's name again? Marina Saren's friend?
Oh man, I don't know. You don't. The guy with the 200 IQ.
Yeah.
Fucking Daryl something.
Yeah. That was it. Daryl something.
I almost said Daryl Hamamoto, but that was like that's like way back.
Yeah, way back.
That's like pre
historic, but they're all bad. They're
horrifying.
Yeah, they're all equally horrifying. They're all equally bad. They're just horrible people. But the Daryl, I can't remember his name. Daryl something, and he was like, I have 198 IQ. I mean, why stop there? Why not just say 200? Yeah, and they breed me. They breed me for my IQ. With Nordic woman on the moon.
On the moon.
Yeah, Nordic woman on the moon.
Cool.
It's just there was no response I could provide for that. It's what can you say? There's nothing you can say to that. It's kind of like when Derek Talley, I show him some chick, an escort, and how does she taste? What does she taste like?
Oh, disgusting. Well, and why was it always about food with him? Remember the doctors were like, you're gonna die, you can't be doing this. And he would like DoorDash ribs, like short ribs and tri-tip,
and photograph them, put
it on his Facebook.
An act of pride, mountains of ribs in styrofoam.
Leach in plastic for getting delivered. And they were like, you're on dialysis, sir, you can't do this. And he would just like go out the back and sneak it in, have it delivered.
No, he had it delivered up front because the doctors aren't going to stop you. They just give you believe it or not, I mean, seriously, when they look at a case like that, they don't give a shit. They just say, look, you're on dialysis from this point forward. We recommend you follow.
Don't eat any more salt.
Yes. And
all he was doing was eating salt.
Oh yeah. And well, they just recommended his whole diet was supposed to change based on what they were offering him in the hospital, but he refused to eat what they offered him in the hospital and kept ordering all this food.
He described it like it was torture, remember?
Yes.
He said, "Oh, it's like jelly and salad."
Yeah.
Dude, that's hospital food.
Yeah, that's hospital food. Also, it's supposed to be, sadly for you, the norm for the rest of your life so that your life can continue a little bit longer. Now, as someone on dialysis, his life is already foreshortened considerably. So it's like, anyhow, the whole thing was so disgusting. And it was like we tried helping him for too long, and then he started panhandling on my show, and that was just that was the last straw. That was just unacceptable. But it was so much more than that. It was just
Speaking of that, I need a couple bucks.
yeah. What was I?
But
gonna...
you had multiple people that were lying about like cancer and shit, saying
Yes.
I need money for cancer.
Yes.
And it was always cheeky, like when you would leave,
Yes.
for like a bathroom break.
Yes. Thank you. It was like
As opposed to asking you. It's just straight
yeah.
scam. They were like scam level.
Oh, it was horrible. I'm not even gonna name
you remember
names.
that one guy? You remember that one guy?
Which one?
From Seattle?
So many. Seattle. Oh God!
Where
yeah,
he said the father.
Yeah, yes,
died, the kids
Mr.
all
Radio
alone.
Voice. He had the radio voice. What was his name again? Oh God! It was his name was.
No, he didn't have a radio voice. That wasn't Ian West.
No, it wasn't Ian West, but no, he was a telemarketer, remember? And he was on all the crap.
Oh yeah. His name was Zach.
Zachariah Garrett. Zachary Garrett. Shit, Zachariah
Yeah, and then he came back randomly. And said, I'm going to sponsor you, Doug.
Yes.
And then he started flinging GoFundMes for like not real dead people.
Yes. No, it was bizarre. It was absolutely bizarre. And he was the trigger. It was him. As soon as he did that, Lena Shea flipped. She was the only one who saw the GoFundMe for the family. Nobody else saw it. So whether it was a figment, she insisted it was not a figment of her imagination.
Well, we definitely saw the link. I didn't see the thing, but we definitely saw the link.
Well, it's like I believe her when she says she saw this. It could be part of her programming. It could be like just kind of like a subliminal, like that's part of her programming, because she was definitely programmed. But she saw it and nobody else did. And it could be he just put it up on his page like simply so she could see it for a few minutes. But it was almost like they would have to have been in contact to have synchronized that. And I believe they were. And but that was like her trigger. And then after that, she flipped like a switch. And but he was the beginning of it all, was that. And it was always the same thing. They all say they're going to become a sponsor and do a monthly, like Brooke Hagberg in Canada does. And they all say, oh, I'm going to do that. He claimed he was going to do $100 a month, and then immediately flipped and spiraled and said his whole life went to shit, and now he had lockjaw. And he talked to you for quite some time about that, and you were telling him, go to the clinic. Like, why aren't you seeing a doctor? Why don't you go to the clinic? And he was like...
Yeah, because it wasn't lockjaw, it was meth. Yeah.
Yes, it was meth. He was all methed out. And like somebody with meth, he kept seeing in the mirror freakish things. He kept saying, oh, I'm a freak. All these cysts are on the back of my head.
Yeah, he said he said he had a bunch of like lesions, oozing lesions.
Yes,
that was bad.
Yes, no, it was don't do drugs, kids.
Well, I think he was telling the truth about getting that good job, but then the first paycheck he just
blew it.
Went on a bender or something. Yeah,
something happened. Yeah, no, it was like
because he showed you the pay stub. I'm pretty sure he showed you. The pay
stub.
Remember, he was
all
happy
about that. He sent me the pay stub and said, "Now I'll be sending you $100 a month now because I got the new job." And then immediately afterwards, it was all, cysts on the back of my head, my lockjaw, I can't talk. And it's like, how are you talking now?
And then he had the scam.
Yeah, then he came back. That was months later. He came back.
Because he was deep in, the relapse.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, and so then he at that point it was like everybody send me money. Send money to my Facebook page. I'll make certain it gets to the family. The hell you will. And
of course.
Yeah, but then of course that's it was what it was. That they're all it was just what a horrible ride. What a horrible ride through a tunnel of horror. Here we got World Cup.
Yeah, what was the original point? That's why you don't talk about... That's your whole excuse for not talking about cryptids. Lame.
I you know, it's just like, I'll get back into it at some point organically. I'll get back into it. It's just, you know, good God, it was like,
I know you have some in that pile of fucking, you know,
oh, a
pile
lot
of
more
shit
than you
around you.
realize. Yeah, well, it's kind of
Yeah.
like what I said about, you know,
Well, you just picked a book up
Yeah.
one day and you said, "Look, read
Yeah.
this," and it said something about, you know,
oh yeah,
the books bound in children's skin and shit. It was
yes,
like, God
yeah,
damn,
kid skin. That's right.
that's just what's in arm's reach.
Yeah.
And when people if they want to know like how sick and vampiric your house is, that's literally not a joke. That's what
Yeah,
it's like.
no, we've got ancient grimoires, books about ancient grimoires, and just so people understand, to
Yeah,
disambiguate.
well, it was a Bible. It was not a Bible. It was a encyclopedia of demons or some shit.
Yes,
It was something crazy
Encyclopedia of
like that.
Demons, and
Yeah.
yes, and it spoke of course, it was disambiguating between the grimoires that are bound in actual children's skin and those bound in what's called kid skin in the Middle Ages that were made from vellum or young lamb's skin, the very expensive paper that was used by the monks for extreme editions of valuable information. And so it was explaining, disambiguating between these works. The kinds of works that would be from a monk would typically be the lambskin or vellum, almost translucent paper. They would write, for instance, documents for the kings to sign on such paper, but also in extreme cases, entire books could be made of that paper. As opposed to the dark grimoires made of literal human children's skin or literal human kid skin. So when people are trading in these books or trying to amass them for libraries of public or private sorts, they have to learn to disambiguate what's what. So we're given just a horrific image by our friend T-Tank of a book bound with a human face on it, which is, of course, how would I say it? Likely a prop, one would hope. But yes, there are such things. And books do or can have a life of their own. One of these days we'll bring that up again with Sammy. That was a topic he liked to cover.
Why is he posting pictures of the gin? Damn.
Yeah, it's because we were speaking of all that, cryptids and the like. So, you know, he's joining in. Now, what was it? That was something pointed out by Holly in the general direction of something we were talking about earlier, and but hopefully when she comes on, I'll remember. It was something to do with then I got distracted by what we were speaking of, but it was fine. It's a legitimate topic. When it comes to one thing I do want to educate people on when it comes to vampirism, it's a form of, for most people, they would consider it a cryptid subject. I do want people to just, when you see films, try and apply common sense to the shit they stereotype about vampirism. I mean, seriously, when you watch Blade, and was it Blade 2 or was it Blade 3, where they had the party, the rave, with the streaming blood?
That was the first scene of the first film, I think.
The first scene of the first film. Okay.
Yeah.
So
they led in with that. Yeah.
Okay. And so
let me just double check. It might have been the second one, but yeah.
Yeah. It's just when they showed that, I just squirm and shudder and shake my head. I mean, honestly, people, you eat food. If you go to a nightclub, a rave, do you expect tossed salad to be thrown from the ceiling and the rafters all over you and your clothes?
Yeah, it was the opening sequence of the very first film.
In the very first film. Oh my fucking God. It's like, you know, you talk about something, it's just plain stupid. It's just plain stupid. You eat food. Do you expect people to pour, hey, Jell-O salad, and you go to a rave and they just slap that on you from the roof, you know, like, hey, and here's some cheap steak, you know, like cheap beef steak, yeah, and you know, hamburger, that would be it, like pink slime from hamburgers. Here we are, hamburger pink slime. You love it. You love it. I mean, do you honestly bathe in your food? Do you have it thrown at you at parties, all over you bodily, all over your clothes? It's absurd. Just the very idea of it. Not only is it a waste of what you sustain yourself off of in the most grotesque sense, which maybe they're trying to imply a sense of incredible wealth amongst a certain vampire class where, oh, they can literally just wallow in this like pigs and shit. But it's not, no, it's just not. Who wants food on you? First off, it would have to be so filled with anticoagulants, because otherwise it's just going to gum up the sprinkler system and it's not going to work anyway. All it's going to come out of is a trickle of brown sludge, and you'll just have this drip. So unless it's filled with anticoagulants to the point where it's no longer even blood anymore, it's a kind of Kool-Aid, which is what they were showing, it's not going to work with that kind of effect of, oh, it's like liquid just raining all over you. I mean that's not blood, okay? That's, at that point, it's like fruit juice. It's just stupid. It's so fucking stupid on so many levels. And it's just so insulting. So then we get more photos from T-Tank. And, but yes, it's also, again, a thing about efficiency in feeding. You don't waste food, and especially vampires who kind of subsist off it, you're not going to waste food like that, and no, you're not going to bathe in it. Difference being in the historical case of Erzsébet Báthory. Erzsébet Báthory was Magyar. She was Hungarian, and she was a relation of Ladislav Szepes, several generations removed. So she was basically a Damphia, and she was a Damphia, a historical person who bathed in virgin's blood, preferably virgins, but young girls. And this was because she, in her case, became convinced that absorbing epidermally the liquid was having a rejuvenating effect. It may well have done so in her case to a degree, but she wound up paying the price for it. She was walled up alive. And it was, as for her survival after that, there are only myths and rumors, but she definitely did bathe in blood. So, but that's almost indicative of a condition that may be kind of subsidiary to vampirism, in the sense that she might have been like literally sick. You could say so mentally. Obviously, that's going to be debatable till the cows come home. That's an eternal debate. But in terms of the physiologically, I think that she had a touch of a sort of leukemia. And when your body needs it, it tastes good, whatever your body needs. If you're really deficient in certain things, your body's going to, like during wartime, the people in wartime Europe, they loved cod liver oil. They would use that like it was peanut butter or jelly. They'd put it on bread and eat it because they were malnourished. And then the desire for that disappeared after the war. So here we have The Blood Countess, a novel by Andrei Codrescu, an actual Romanian. So there we have that. Pictures of people bathing in blood from T-Tank Berry. Let's take a look, see if I can click on this, what Brendan sent, because oftentimes Japan censors Facebook. Yeah, it censored it, so I'm going to have to kind of cut the VPN off for a few seconds while I hook on that. Let's pause VPN, 5 minutes, then I'll see what Brendan sent. Here we are. Go in there and link up. There's an actual portrait of Erzsébet Báthory. Now let's see what's hit here. Okay, mummy's foot, 5,000-year-old mummy's foot. Would you eat bread made of yeast from a 5,000-year-old mummy's foot? Wait, oh, disgusting.
Yeah, you remember Ötzi, the
Yes.
Iceman, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So I guess they found a rare strain of yeast from like that period, the Neolithic,
Yeah.
and they're using it to make some kind of bread with it now, I guess.
Oh.
So it's authentic Neolithic toe jam sourdough.
Oh. That is disgusting. Disgusting. Oh, they
I
said,
mean, yeast is all around, man.
yes,
It's all around.
they said very, very good loaf of sourdough.
Oh, so
Oh,
someone already ate it? Damn.
yes, yes, they're
They
already
didn't waste any
gorging
time.
on it.
They got like a fetish or something.
Yes, I'm sorry. That's like, I nauseating,
It is. Yeah, that's pretty bad.
nauseating.
Well, obviously it was like put in a petri dish. It wasn't like swabbed from his foot or something.
I understand, but still, I'm sorry. It's just,
I think the original point was to resurrect some of those old yeast strains.
yes,
The
understood.
Neolithic period. That's why.
Yes,
Because he was so well preserved, they were able to do that.
yes,
He's
yes.
basically frozen. Yeah.
Yes. And by the way, here's one where they combine a picture of Erzsébet Bathory with a kind of inset of a vampire bat and what looks like a spider.
Who's this? Is this like an ancient vamp lady?
Yes, yes. And you know, and some people are taking liberties. And again, everybody, please remember, the vampire bat is a creature of the New World. There are no blood-sucking vampire bats in Europe or anywhere in Eurasia. Certainly not in the Rus-Asian area from Europe into Slavdom. The vampire bats just aren't there. They're frugivores, or they eat insects, but they don't drink human blood or animal blood. So that's a trope that was introduced by Universal Studios because it's an American it's American studio. It was introduced by the Mexicans. The Mexicans made vampire films at the same time Universal Studios was, only their vampire was Nostradamus, because Nostradamus was French, and the French had colonized Mexico, and they viewed them as the terrorist nobility that had terrorized Mexico. And so they their idea of a vampire would be, you know, a scary nobleman would be Nostradamus. So if you go to Mexico, or you can look it up yourself online, you can find on YouTube probably Nostradamus the Vampire, you know, from Mexico. Probably won't find it in English, but you might be able to find subtitles. And but all that being
Why would
said,
I need that when I can deal with you?
yeah, thank you,
Halfway
you.
there.
Yeah, thank you. You got more than you ever need. You're never going to be investigating any of that again.
No. Yeah, it's so ridiculous when people are like, yeah, vampires are real, and I see, or they don't even say that. They just say, yeah, vampires, and I say, they're real, man. I've worked for a vampire, and they just act like you didn't say anything.
Yeah, what is with that? They go around, vampires cool. Vampires
Yeah,
cool.
vampires.
Yeah, it's like that you say, yeah, yeah, dude, I know one all too well, and he's not cool.
Yeah, he's not fucking cool, and they say nothing. They just ignore it.
Oh yeah. Oh, yes. Like Sammy said, it's hard for people to process. Well, all that being said, let's take a look at what else is going on out there. Oh yeah, that brings us back to the photograph in thumbnail of livestream tonight. As our man Aristides said, it begs explanation. So several things inspired it. It is the 2349th Alexander the Great's death day. And of course, this was a monumentally important thing in history. And maybe I'll get into that tonight. Basically, when I think of Alexander, I think of those incredible white statues, just ivory white, porcelain, and what was the material they used in Grecian statues? All over Rome, and marble. It was marble.
Yeah.
White marble, as far as the eye can see. So I found a biofacsimilacra that fits that aesthetic, and put the rose in his mouth for the in the sense that it would be done for a dead man in the days of Alexander. And I think it fit perfectly with the theme of Alexander's death day. So that'll bring us to cryptids. Let's talk cryptids and Alexander. Why not? I mean, since you know, you said go for it, why not go for it? And but you can get us into the mood. Certainly John is trying to get us into the mood with all of the images he's providing. I'll get to them in a moment. But
Yeah, see, all your benefactors are interested in cryptids, not some orange guy. But instead, you spite all of us and do politics for others.
Please, you're so cruel, and it's definitely. How would I say it? We're well, we'll do our best to try and dive into it tonight. Then, how about a little bit of that?
No, now it's contrived. It ain't
No. I think you can handle it. Think you can handle it. And but all such having been said, tell us a bit first about oh gosh, now you were in an environment. Was it subterranean where you saw a cryptid recently, like a shadow?
Yeah, I mean it could have been, but let's not go there right now. But
Okay.
where I'm spelunking these days.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my God. But it was that's so disconcerting. And well, keep us updated. Yes. Our man Brendan, he's doing a lot of things. He's like you'd be amazed. So when it comes to Alexander, let me take a deep breath and explain to people, you know, what we know about him. I guess I'll veer inevitably toward the people have seen. What was the title of it? Was it titled The Great Wall? Which was a stupid title, if it was titled such. But when it came to the movie about the Great Wall of China, where they were fighting all of those creatures, do you remember that film?
Say that again?
There was a film on the Great Wall of China in which they were fighting all of those creatures on the Great Wall of China, that it had essentially been built to keep them at bay. Do you remember that?
No, sounds familiar, but I don't think so.
Okay.
I can look it up, but
oh
not an
yeah.
answer at the moment.
Yeah, it had a real banal title. It was something on the nature of, you know, the Great Wall.
Yeah, we'll find out. Sure.
Yeah, and so let me.
Hey, it's me, Holly.
Welcome home, Holly.
Just saying hi. I don't have much, but I wanted to just say hi because I want to hear the Alexander bit really bad.
Do you really? Okay.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
So
Can't wait.
Well, people care about you as a human being, honey. How are you doing?
I'm okay. Rolling along.
Okay.
Watching night after night, Jupiter and Venus rush to embrace or brawl. I don't know which one. Maybe Brendan does, right? Bren, they're in Cancer.
Mm-hmm. Oh, right.
Yeah,
But
first-
other
first
than
sign of
that,
meeting.
Mm-hmm.
it's been quite dramatic.
Yes. Continue.
I was gonna say what you were talking about. Vampire bats don't even kill people. That's the other thing people think.
Yes.
Oh, they get on you and they drain you empty.
That's physically impossible unless the
That's
species
crazy.
there's a species that is extant in South America that is supposedly
Whoa.
extinct, but we know you've seen footage of it. I've connected it. You've seen the footage, right? That's
I've seen footage of like 2 feet across white vampire bats
yeah. Well,
at Machu Picchu or something.
yeah.
It was insane. And the flying foxes of Australia, forget about it.
Yeah, but they're veggies. They're not.
Yeah.
Frugivores.
Yeah, but I think these white bats. Is that the ones you're talking about?
No, they're a
Okay,
different
okay.
species. They're big and they're black and they're or brown, big and brown. But they were supposed to have gone extinct not too long ago, literally only a few hundred years ago. We know that they were around a few hundred years ago, but people keep spotting them. And of course, the stupid
Yeah,
zoologists keep denying it, saying, "Oh, these people are seeing things. You know, they're
yeah,
exaggerating all that crap," and it's all bullshit.
yeah.
They're not exaggerating. But such having been ascertained, you tell us a bit about. Again, you say it's been dramatic. You're outdoors. You're taking a look at the sky. You're saying that now last night it was Venus and Jupiter that were together, right? What's going on
They're
tonight?
coming closer and closer
Okay, yeah,
each by night, and so that's been very beautiful to watch.
okay, yes, and they're
And
in Cancer.
Mercury behind them, but that's hard to see. Yeah, they're in Cancer.
Yes, and so what do you?
And
Mhm.
on the subject of Bathory, it
Yes.
just happened to coincidentally, I didn't read it, but I skimmed it standing up in the library. And
Mhm.
there's a big new book about her and her life and her history and how she was set up so they could get her vast land and estates and titles.
Ah, ah.
Yeah.
Oh
And
my
it looked
goodness.
to be damn convincing.
Wow. Wow.
So I'll have to get that out and take a better look at that and report back.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
New release shelf, so I think it's just come out.
All right. And well, that's amazing. That's amazing. Please
Yeah,
do. Yeah,
I
please
was
do.
impressed.
Yes.
And this is totally off any subject, but just a couple of words about, have you been, maybe even said anything about the Maine primary election
No, by all means, go on about it,
and
please.
that Graham Plattner,
Yeah.
who is, the outsider left-wing Democrat saying what most people really want to hear against Israel and this and that, talks a lot of common sense. Combat veteran in Iraq, it fucked him up. He came back and has been oyster farming ever since, right?
Uh-huh.
And running against this Susan Collins that's been in there forever. So Democrat against Republican. So he's been undergoing this tremendous scandal of all these women step forth to say he abused them, and he's got a Nazi tattoo and he's got other bad tattoos and he's a total whack job, right?
Mhm.
Well, it turns out the whole whack job story
Mhm.
was started just like Somalis in Minnesota daycare. One guy,
Mhm.
and was in national news, front page news all the time, constantly overnight, and half the Democrats are calling for this guy to quit.
Mhm.
But now it's coming out, and people went and interviewed his last 6 girlfriends,
Uh-huh.
and half of them said, no, he was great. I wish it could have worked out. I miss him. And the other couple were like, oh, yeah, sometimes he could be irregular.
I like that.
Like
Yeah.
squat. And so and this is sense, because at the primary, everybody said, we don't give a shit. And he won in a landslide to
Okay.
go against Susan Collins. So I thought that was a little bright news for the day.
Oh, well, that's intriguing. Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah.
That's okay. That's
Crack me up.
yes. Yes, that's no, that's entertaining. That's I mean, if politics is nothing else, at least it's entertaining.
Oh, man.
To a degree.
And I hope this guy gets to do what he wants to do, because it would be interesting.
What do you think he wants to do, though? What is he claiming he's going to do?
He's claiming to do things more sanely,
Okay.
with the
Okay.
ICE, with the Israel, with the data centers. He's a good
Right.
package.
Right. Okay.
I'd run to vote for him.
Now, forgive my ignorance again. We're talking about people who are running ultimately for the governorship of California, correct?
No, this is Maine.
Oh, Maine.
Maine. So it'll affect
Oh.
control of the Senate
Okay. Okay. There we
at
are.
the midterms.
Got
Yeah.
it. Got it. Got it. Yes, it shows you how little I've been keeping track of. I know of a bunch of people are joining the race for California, and I don't even bother to check on who it is until they're all weeded out. You know, so the
Yeah, I thought that all happened. I
it-
mean, it's
yeah.
Becerra and asshole Hilton, who is supposed to be a complete brute. So MAGA, I mean, he's going to suck the oil right out of the pipeline himself. Jesus. So it's brutal. But fucking Pratt got his ass kicked all the way down the hall. And that's why Trump's like bringing in the National Guard to count the votes.
Yes.
Because of
Yes.
Spencer fucking Pratt.
Yes.
In what universe
Yes.
could it have come to this?
The,
Oh, God.
the,
But it turns out
mhm,
the lady, the Democratic Socialist lady,
mhm,
actually isn't.
mhm.
But her and Karen Bass have always been great friends.
Okay.
And Karen Bass has a solid record as a community activist.
Mhm,
But when she got elected,
mhm.
she kind of went another way.
Interesting. Okay.
And so this lady and her are supposed to be pals.
Mhm,
It's unclear why they're running against each other.
mhm. Yeah.
But it turns out it's not because the third place lady is any more left.
Mhm. Got it. Okay. Well, thank you for catching us up on all that. I mean, I
Yeah.
wouldn't have
That's all I
even have
got.
been aware. Honestly,
Well, you talk about these things, and we did with Sammy. Sammy is too.
yes. Well, my mind works in mysterious ways, and at times, what'll happen is I'll remember it like it's on almost like a tape loop, and just start like,
Right.
yeah.
Right.
Then at that point I have to iterate it or I'll lose it. So because then
Nothing retained.
yeah, because otherwise I forget it in good conscience or bad conscience, such being the case, you know. But well,
Amen.
yes, when it comes to yeah, tonight I'll start in on Alexander, but you've heard me speak of him before,
Okay.
right?
I'm sure I have, but I could use a refresher.
Okay, you're so cute. You're adorable. And yes, it
Don't
was
hurt me.
uh,
Damn
no, it's a no, Alexander, of course, like any individual of that level of impact, he's not going to be any angel. That goes without saying.
No.
And of course,
No.
by modern standards, they would consider him a monster.
Oh, God.
But you know, that's
But what is it that makes one guy last, one person last for thousands of years in the memory? That is so crazy how it comes down over and over to one individual.
yes, that can happen.
It boggles the mind.
It is because once things get rolling at a certain point in history, then what happens is these individuals that are in the right place at the right time, who have opportunity, can basically impact the world in different ways. To sum it up as concisely as possible, for all our listeners, Alexander the Great was someone who, as far as I'm concerned, his most important legacy lies in the fact that when he took this white European army all the way through to Asia and was attempting to conquer India, he basically was assassinated in Iran. That's where he died. And when he was assassinated, this was something that has to be remembered in the sense of when Caesar Augustus was assassinated. And again, to put that into perspective, because the parallels are monumental, they build upon each other. When Caesar Augustus was assassinated by these traitors, they all became immortalized themselves by Dante as forever being gnawed upon by a three-headed Satan in Cocytus at the bottom layer of hell, where in the midst of the pit of ice, the three-headed Satan is chewing his central head upon Judas, the man who betrayed Christ, and his other two heads are chewing on one of each of the major traitors that had betrayed and murdered Julius Caesar. And this was because everyone
Because
knew,
betrayal is the worst thing you can do.
there's that.
Betrayal
That's why spies.
at
All,
the
yeah,
bottom.
yeah. So at the lowest levels of hell before Satan himself, gnawing on these betrayers were spies, because spies were considered to their lives betray it. Their very career betrays trust.
Not to mention the seat warmer, the butt warmer.
yeah. So yeah, Luciphage, who we only recently really found out about. Believe it or not, I may have run across this individual in the past, grimoires, working with Michael Aquino, but it was something that was so peripheral. I never really retained it. But Brendan brought it to my attention that the name that Jambo the Reese monkey, Jameson Reese, was using, Luciphage, which always rhymed with gluciphage, the diabetic medicine.
Yes.
Yeah,
Like the lamest demon you could get, basically.
Thank you.
But he thought it was like, he kept sending me like, this is the ring cycle I use to usurp, usiphage, or whatever the hell it's called. Yeah.
Yes.
And I was like, oh, that's cool, man. You know,
That turns out, tell him, what is the mythology of this guy, the mythos of this character?
oh, it's so stupid. It's basically after the real King of Hell left. Basically, this guy was just the seat warmer. He just shows up and starts beating people up and saying, I'm the new king. Basically does nothing but just, he's the seat warmer for the hell, you know.
Until
King of Hell.
Until the King of Hell returns. Yes.
Yeah.
Because the King of Hell has better things to do than warm his butt on a seat.
Yeah.
Hell.
He's like on Earth, like causing havoc and you know, all that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or warring in the heavens. And but this individual, So he leaves this
Getting pregnant by Trump.
Yeah. Don't even give us nightmares. Yes. Oh my God.
That's South Park, not me.
Okay. There we have it.
Yeah.
There we have it. By the way, we're joined by Sammy Romero. And
Hey, Sammy.
yes. Welcome back aboard. Now, you had something you wanted to ask Sammy about one of those politicians. Ask it now while he's here, while you remember.
No, I was just saying that we were talking about the primaries last time.
Yes.
So it was just kind of on top of all that. It's not nothing important.
Got it.
Yeah.
But,
All right. I'm hanging.
Okay. By that you mean you're hanging on, correct? You're hanging with us.
Yeah,
now.
but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. Interject whenever you wish. And
Thank
just
you.
to wrap up that thought about Jameson Reese, so he took this weird, like, human bookmark or demonic bookmark individual. That was the name he took on, the persona he wanted to cop, feeling ultimately that he would somehow succeed Lucifer. How pathetic. Well, there you have that. That was pathetic. And oh my God, poor Sammy suffered his company all too long. Sammy actually had long conversations with him, trying to make him see Reese.
Hey. Honestly, it wasn't even, well, if you say long conversation, anything probably more than 2 minutes is probably long.
Yes.
With him.
Yes.
Well, I have to be honest with you, it was like talking to somebody who was empty. Okay.
Yes.
What I mean by that is, I think everybody copes with, adulting or problems, whatever it is, right?
Yes.
Obviously, hopefully it's nothing, nothing crazy like, something disgusting and foul, but it is what it is, right?
Yes. Unfortunately, in his case, it was all that and then some. But go on.
Well, what I never understood about him is his obsession with hating the world, but wanting the world to know that he hates the world. Like that didn't make sense to me. Like, if you hate the world, okay, but go hide under a rock or something,
Yes. Seriously.
or just don't bother nobody. Go be be a more I don't want to say a Mormon, but go join what's that those whites that in Pennsylvania, what do you call those?
Oh, Mennonites and Amish and shit. Yeah.
Yeah, the Amish. Yeah, go join them.
Yeah.
Seriously. They're not into they're into their own thing, and they're productive, but we're talking about somebody who it is what it is. Everybody has their quirks, but when I try to suggest, obviously I didn't know completely his background. That's one of the things about obviously your universe, if you say that. And it's, it is what it is, but I wasn't completely aware of his background, and frankly, I just wasn't interested. So when I tried to give him practical advice, because what I heard on the transmission is he can't really talk to women, I made a suggestion, hey, you have a sister, right? Well, why don't you take her out and practice talking to her, as in, be around feminine energy, practice, I don't know, practice, the basics, right? Not to creep out a female, because
He had a sister? I didn't
yeah,
know he had a sister. God help her.
He had a sister, but to creep out Crystal River, who is pretty much a
A
sorceress,
practicing witch. Yeah.
right? That says a lot, that says a lot. So that's pretty bad. In fact, that kind of make Doug look lame. That's one of the things. Even Doug sometimes had to admit, like, he stuck around way too long. But it's unfortunately, we all got our quirks, and I'm not saying I don't have mine, but I pick my struggle. I just don't do certain things because it's not my struggle. I have my struggle, and practically, I work on what I can work on. But other than that, it's not that serious.
Yeah.
And a lot of the times it's not really by struggles, it's just how you adapt. I'll give you guys a good example. I was talking to Doug today about my classes that I'm taking. You're around different walks of life. They're young adults that I'm around, and they're characters, but when it comes down to it, I have people that probably older than Doug in there, and it doesn't change from elementary school is what I'm trying to say. People have their quirks and have their differences. It's really just knowing who you are and what you're not, so and also if there's somebody that I really don't vibe with, I don't vibe with them, so that's one thing that I've learned is just be yourself. And unfortunately, if you don't vibe with a certain person, you don't vibe with a certain person. It's just finding out who he was and what he did. It's like, that's really, really lame. There's so much in the world even now where you have to kind of filter yourself, or I want to say filter yourself, but you have to find a way to motivate yourself to get up in the morning, whether it's pursuing whatever, hopefully it's constructive, but at the end of the day, if you have nothing to motivate you, but I hate everybody, but it's like nobody cares. I'll put it to you this way: it's like being a cockroach pissed off at the world.
Yes.
Nobody cares.
And I'll learn how to summon demons also.
Yes.
Great combo.
Here's the thing too: you're summoning demons, but you're still lame. Like these demons.
I mean, on occasion it can succeed, so look out.
No, but like Sammy is saying, unlike Aquino, who at least had power and charisma and control over entire networks of intelligence operating.
Actually,
you're talking about somebody in their mother's basement. They're in their mother's basement, and they have 3 cats that keep dying because, of course, they keep summoning demons that feed off the cats.
Peter was in the same category.
Yes, exactly.
And that's one of the things that's very odd in the sense of this. Okay, there's many walks of life. Okay, as far as that side of the occult. Okay, there's cosplay women that are very attractive, that are into those things,
Yes.
But you can also be a creep,
Yes.
There's still women, they like charisma, they like, you at least have to be the cool guy with the coke, right?
Yes.
You still got to be the cool guy with the weed.
At least.
At least, right? And you at least have to know that you have good coke, and you know that that counts for a lot, right?
Yeah.
Works
So-
every time.
Exactly. So my point is, you can't just operate on that level and then it just doesn't work. It really doesn't, to the point of these entities are probably rolling their eyes like, what are you bothering me for? You know?
Seriously.
You
Seriously.
don't even have a suitable sacrifice. And I'm not even saying
Seriously.
I'm not even saying, and I'm no sorcerer or wizard. It's just, it's almost where you don't want to do that so often because you're gonna end up, worse. You're gonna end up, gone out of your mind. That's one of the things that I've kind of learned to take in stride, in the sense of, being around Doug. You become susceptible to that side of life, and it's not that I'm surprised. It's just when people are careless with that type of of knowledge, and you can't even call it knowledge. It's really just misinformed. You end up summoning something you can't banish, and there's been more than those two examples. Doug had a stalker who tried to summon whatever he did, and it ended up killing him.
Yes.
I can't remember his name, frankly.
John Victor Lillier, Master
There
Sergeant
you go.
John Victor Lillier. Yeah.
So my point is,
Yeah, the sad
This is-
reality is, I was gonna
Yeah.
say which time. It's
Yeah.
happening
There's so
multiple
many.
times.
Yeah.
That's what's so sick about the.
and to be honest with you, there's a certain point where they're just really obsessed with Doug, and it's like, get over it. It's not, to me, it's not that big of a deal, in the sense of, okay, if there's a time where I really want to part ways with Doug, I part ways, and end of story. I have other things to do, and vice versa, right? So, these characters are really that, characters. I don't find no humanity in them, or anything that would make them, relatable. And that's another thing too. You have to be relatable to anybody, but especially towards women, in the sense of intriguing. So maybe I'm probably giving them way too much credit, but my point is, this is just a product of obviously state pawns, or super soldiers, or whatever title you want to give them, assets.
Yes.
To the point of, I was reading an article. I'm sure it might have been, oh my God, the Hill, or one of those, where they went back to the guy that quote unquote shot Donald Trump back in whatever town he shot his ear. I don't know the town.
Right.
Whatever.
I
bumfuck
forgot.
town.
Yeah, I forgot
I do
myself.
too.
It was so immemorable. It was just such a
Yeah.
such a
And they found out he was in communications with the local sheriff in that town days before that happened. So it gives you an outline of pretty much the operation, but it's, to anybody that really remotely is even interested in it, it's not a surprise. They take these assets, and if you look at him, he's a typical white male that that gets triggered, and stuff like this happens. It's one of these things where this just becomes white noise in the background, unfortunately.
White noise
you
is
can
a
go-
good word for it, because they're full of white grievance, and they're all on the same wavelength. They all repeat the same thing.
Right.
Yes.
I mean, you can go back to 2017, 2018, that mass shooter in Las Vegas.
Yes.
There's countless of them. Columbine. Columbine is the one I remember back in 1999. But obviously they did it on Adolf Hitler's birthday, which was already suspicious. But there's plenty of them. But my point is, it's just disappointing. Give me 1 second, Doug.
Yeah, take your time. But the one thing I do remember about the man who we're told shot at Trump, and of course he did not. It was all staged.
Yeah, because nobody in
yeah.
security checked the rooftop.
Yeah, yeah.
You know,
Of course, of course.
don't worry about it.
Yeah, well, I mean, we could go on for hours about, so many
Everybody
reasons.
loves Trump.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we can go on for hours ad nauseum exposing all the details of why it's so obviously staged. But nobody ever asked, what's his manifesto? There's got to be a manifesto, and there was no manifesto. With him, that alone says everything, that it was staged, because they all have a manifesto, right? They all have. Otherwise, what's the point of the act? The whole point of the act is to bring attention to your statement, right? That's the so there you go with that.
Well, in a sense, I'm just thinking here,
Yeah.
because these last few attempts, if there is any kind of statement, it's all a big garble of left and right platitudes, and that goes all the way back to Oswald. One
Yeah.
minute he's a communist in Russia and Cuba,
Yeah.
the next he's shooting Kennedy for being a socialist.
Or something like that.
Remember that?
Well,
But that was quite muddled.
Yeah, I'm certainly not denying it. For one
Yeah.
thing, as you said, the issue with all of these things is that they're muddled, but beyond that, I think they're completely empty. It's like they're a vacuum, not in the sense of
Yeah.
I mean, we're never given really any ideological motivation. Like with Oswald, obviously,
That's right.
yeah, there might have been something said at the time, but it was certainly the assumption at the time was obviously he's a Soviet spy. That was the first assumption. Then after that, a bunch of other shit started coming out to the point where all that was lost. And then then what happened was that it was just after a while it didn't matter because everybody took him to be an asset. Which is, of course, is exactly what the case was. I mean, he was such an asset that
Clearly.
he's become the iconic epitome of Patsy. When you think Oswald, you think Patsy.
That's right. Lone nut.
Yeah, poor son of a bitch. Well, I mean, yeah, of course. Then when it comes to these other people, though, I've noticed that usually with these presidential assassins, the guy who tried to take out George Wallace and wound up crippling him, the guy who wound up, that idiot who shot at Reagan. What was his name again? The kid.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It's like the one thing you notice about him is there is no ideology. There's no ideology. It's just like they're just lone nuts, like you said. That's the presentation, is that they're lone nuts and deeply disturbed people who
all my life.
Yeah, simply need attention. And it's like, well, whatever. After a while, you just stop paying attention. Like I said, it's gotten to the point with Trump where when it's not even raising eyebrows.
Yeah. No.
It's just every other day, you've got somebody trying to take out Trump, and first off, none of us believe it. None of us believe it. They all seem to be completely fabricated, staged attempts by, sacrificial assets that then get...
Yeah, this last one really didn't go over.
Yeah, you're talking about the one where the Secret Serviceman shot 2 people? Or was there something after that?
It was in the convention center or something.
You're talking about the journalist convention at the Hilton. After that, there was another. There was another.
No, that one. I'm talking about that one. Okay. Everybody was like, yeah, right.
Yes. But then there was another one after where they killed 2 people. The Secret Service.
Ah, jeez.
They shot 2 people.
Oh, the guy was outside the gates.
Something like that, yeah.
With a gun. Something like that.
Yeah.
And they just opened up, hosed down the sidewalk.
Yeah. It said there's another person killed. We don't know who it was, but they pretty much said we figured he was innocent. Figured they were innocent, but we killed him anyway.
Yeah, just in case.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. It was like but nobody says anything after that. There's never no one says afterward with the oh God, Tavon was the guy's name at the journalist convention, the conference.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The black guy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the black guy. Yeah. So
Yeah.
when he took the flying leap and crashed without firing a shot, yeah, if it was a blank. When he did what he did, afterwards, there's no like, why? There's no like, well, are there any interviews allowed to try and now you can understand, okay, it's in very poor taste to interview an assassin who tried to kill the leader of your country, but there's no attempt at trying to get a perspective on his motive. Nothing was ever presented.
I suspect that is the indication of the complete control of the press.
Yes.
Now.
Yes. True.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And I remember the moment I realized that was like, remember that lady who was in a coma and they kept her alive for so long and it was so famous and it was such a big deal in the news.
Oh, it was
and she was in Florida. Yeah, it was awful. But that was the turning point.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, before her, shit happened in Florida I'd never know about.
Okay.
And all of a sudden, it was the only story.
Well, her case, okay, well, this is what I remember about it, but then give me your context, because what I remember about her was that she truly was a victim. The horror of her story was she was conscious.
Yeah, it was horrible.
She was very conscious. And now, the thing that I remember was the argument by, who was the MD who was a TV doctor in San Francisco. He was kind of like a local regional TV doctor in San Francisco, and he became
had a radio show.
Yes,
that guy. Yeah,
yes.
Yeah. I had to listen to him at work.
Yes,
I'll never remember his name, but I know who you're talking about. He
Yes.
was huge,
Yes.
huge. Everybody trusted him.
Yes, yes. And I actually saw the guy walking to work or walking from work one day with my dad. It was, by the way, say something to make certain you're registering. I'm just trying to keep track of the online broadcasting software here. So,
yes.
Oh, do it again. Do it again.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
No, yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Important. Yeah, important. So,
send money.
Yeah. Thank you. No, that's cute. Let me see. TV doctor, San Francisco TV doctor. Let's see if we find him. Not that it's that important.
Oh, God.
But I remember him as being totally unsympathetic to that woman in Florida. He was completely unsympathetic, and which was just appalling to me. That was appalling to me. And yeah, I'm not getting anything on.
And it was a thing, but the fact that I would never have known about that, except the three guys own all the broadcasting.
Yeah.
So it was like decisions were made up there over what was going to make national news.
Oh, that's right, because the people like Laura Ingraham were defending her and saying that they're going to murder her. That's
it
right.
Was a big deal.
Yeah,
that was the big deal.
Yeah,
you know,
it was it's what happened ultimately. It was the
they finally pulled the plug.
They finally pulled the plug, but here was the horror of what happened. She was a victim of her husband's abuse, and the problem was her husband was a paramedic. So, as a paramedic, this which are some of the most evil creatures on the face of the earth, are paramedics, and I do not trust them. Do not trust them. They do not have your best interests at heart. They really
in my personal experience, I believe that they start out okay, but the job drives it to them.
No, you're comforting yourself with a myth. You're comforting yourself.
The job is so horrible.
No, they're just simply brutal
Attracted
sadists.
to it.
They're simply brutal
and
sadists.
there's that too. They love to pump little chicks, drunk chicks' stomachs.
Yeah, who are like just in the job to satisfy their gratuitous sadism, and And they'll do anything they can to kill you. They're like, can't believe me. I say that with all sincerity. That's
I
not.
understand.
Yeah, these are not good people, and they never were, but they literally get away with murder every goddamn day, and when this individual murdered his wife into brain death, battered her into brain death, and he just went on as this sympathetic, I'm a Buddhist, saying I'm a Buddhist and shit, and saying, but anyhow, all the nurses in the hospital who worked with her said he would walk in to torment her and laugh at her,
Oh,
and she would be screaming and wailing in agony by the time he left. And the nurses would have to placate her. She was obviously quite reactive. But when you heard that family doctor who was so famous in San Francisco and was like this staple, this pillar of the community,
Pillar.
yeah, he was the original Dr. Oz. He was the original Dr. Oz. And he said, oh yeah, she's just like this brain dead vegetable, and it's ridiculous they kept her alive this long. And it's like, did he get paid off? I mean, I couldn't understand why he was so adamant. And then this man called up, obviously he got, pushback. So, because they had actual talk shows in those days, you could actually get spontaneous calls from people.
right.
Yeah, so, and when this individual called and said, well, if my wife if something like that happened to my wife, I'd do anything I could to keep her alive. He says, so you would, and he says to her, so you would put yourself in debt for generations to the point where you deprive your grandchildren the ability to go to school, a private school or a college, on the basis of keeping a brain dead piece of meat alive. And then someone else responded to him with like, well, then why don't you pull the plug on Dr. Stephen Hawking's? He's all fucked up. And then he said, is that a serious, what did he call parallel or analogy? Is that a serious analogy? You're comparing one of the greatest minds that ever lived in human history to a brain dead piece of worthless meat? I mean, seriously, this is what he said. Yeah, it was like,
Damn.
yeah, I mean, he really went into it like, oh my God, like killing this woman was what we needed to do to pay off America's debt or something.
Ow.
It was like, oh my God, we could pay off America's debt if we just killed this bitch. It was the most bizarre shit I've ever
That
heard.
is bizarre.
But
I didn't have to listen to him at work until after that, long after.
Oh my God. Well,
But I never liked him.
There you
And
go.
it was, I suffered.
Yes, there you go. There you go. He was but when it came to the woman in particular, then they did her in, and her husband was all happy and free after that, and and just went on to kill other wives. I presume.
But I'm saying, in my half of America at that time, living out in the West, draw a line down the middle of the country, there were stories that were never told because three guys owned the media even back then, and you only got one.
Yeah, that was it. So even
that's what gave me the sense of the solidification that was already happened.
So what you're saying is that singular story in Florida was kind of like a media singularity where you realized you couldn't switch channels. Every channel you switched, it was the same story.
Yeah,
because the three
like
men in charge.
day after day.
Yeah,
and it's like, what the fuck? I mean, it was important, and even one time, okay, but it just gave me this sense that it's all one story now.
Yeah, but you know what? I hear you. I hear you. But you know why that story was so important? Because she was the precedent where now when someone is in a coma, it doesn't matter how many advocates you have. She was the legal precedent that they can just pull the plug and
Yeah.
and take your guts out, you know, and
Yeah.
of course they take your
And a
guts out
lot
first.
sooner to get the fresh organs.
Yeah, yeah. Matter of fact,
I've seen that happen
Yeah.
in my life to
yes,
people.
actually,
Yeah.
well, tell people the reality is they don't pull the plug and take the organs. They take the organs, and that's how you die.
Ow.
They take the organs, and that's how you
Yeah,
die.
I believe
That's
that.
how they get it
I
fresh.
believe
Otherwise, otherwise, it would kill the organ if they pull the plug, quote unquote. There's no point in pulling the plug because
Yeah,
it'd be hard.
that's right.
You might as well be grave
That's right.
robbing. So,
But they don't tell the family that part.
No, well, sometimes the family's there to see it, but they'll just lie to the family and say they don't feel a thing. But but you're down there, and you know why you feel it? Because the MDs will not give you painkillers. They say, oh, they'll say, oh,
not worth it.
yeah, they'll say, oh,
Yeah.
the person will get addicted. That literally they'll say that.
Oh, yeah, that too. Oh,
yeah,
God.
always the same shit. They'll say that when you're
Jesus.
dying of terminal cancer. When you're dying of
Yeah.
terminal cancer, they'll say,
Yeah.
no painkillers, you'll get addicted. Yeah.
They said it to my 90-year-old mother. I mean,
Yes.
Jesus Christ.
Yes, but you know who uses all those drugs? Paramedics.
The doctors.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, you know, even more so than the doctors, the paramedics, but the doctors, yeah, plenty of times. Nurses too. Doctors, nurses,
Oh, yeah.
paramedics, they're all using those drugs. That's why they don't give you the drugs. They don't want to share.
Right.
They need it all for themselves. But yes, it's yeah, but at any rate, so yeah, there you go. That was the nightmare story, ghoulish in and of
Yeah.
itself. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Oswald and Lone Nuts we were on.
Yeah, Oswald Lone Nuts, and it took us to organ harvesting.
And now there's this poor kid
Mhm,
that just got 34 years.
mhm.
Oh, it's awful. It's
For what?
god awful.
For what?
Carmelo.
That's not the guy who stabbed his schoolmate, is it?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
okay, I'm not arguing with you, but because I don't know what
No.
happened. I don't know the context. What is
It's
the context?
awful.
You seem to feel sorry for him.
17 years old. I do.
Okay.
17 years old at his school. They're at some meet. His team didn't have a tent, but the other team did. And it was starting to rain horribly. So we ran into their tent to get out of the rain. And
Why do
they
I find this so
surrounded
funny?
him.
Why do I find this so funny?
It's just fucking
Tell me what
fucked up.
happened. So he runs.
Then he got surrounded by these white rich kids, and they start all coming up, and one starts really pushing on him and shit. So he whips out his little fucking Boy Scout knife and pokes him, and he runs. You know, he runs like hell. He's just out of there, and the kid dies.
Okay.
So he just got 34 years at 17.
Well, he's never gonna be out in the rain again.
And so the comparison, because he's black as hell, is Kyle Rittenhouse. Shoots, kills like 2 people with an automatic weapon when he's like 16, and now he's like a statesman.
Constitutional carry.
Yeah.
Brandon's being he's being facetious. He's being facetious.
I mean, I get
I
it.
gotta defend my whatever you.
That's
fucking
right, your race.
claim.
I noticed you came off mute. You came off mute the moment she mentioned Kyle Rittenhouse. Oh my
Yeah.
God.
Well, because I had to chime in.
Yeah.
Oh God.
And okay, like I don't understand why people are upset about this. It's like, what was the like? Yeah, they were bullying him, but it doesn't mean you could just knife him in the fucking chest. I don't-
Well, it doesn't.
I had all kinds
It
of people
doesn't.
fucking with me. I never came back and knifed them into death.
It
It's like-
does not. It doesn't. You're right.
like, it
But
doesn't make sense.
34 years?
Yeah,
Pride
34
is an
years.
adult. Come on. You
No,
brute.
it should just be firing squad, honestly. It's like there should be like one chance to repent and that's it. Then you just get blasted.
Well, the kid's been crying ever since. I mean,
I bet.
Well, yeah, consequences suck. Yeah. But
oh
I've
God
done all kinds of
damn.
horrendous shit. I never killed anyone. I should have. But I should
Yeah.
have killed the vampire while I had the fucking chance.
You've got knife envy.
When all those ghosts were poking me, she just said, "Oh, I fucking
Don't change your mind. Yeah, stay the course. Because the consequences are severe. But, you know, especially if you're black.
But it's the
But it's causing an outcry. All's I'm saying. Be warned.
it's
One media, you're going to be seeing, it'll be shoved down your throat.
it's oh my god. So look, I get it. What happened to this kid is horrible in the sense that yeah, he's yeah, that's pretty lame. That was an awful situation, but it
Awful.
was that, like Brendan said, okay, I'm sorry, you just can't respond like that.
Well,
Yeah,
you
get
can't.
pushed back out. You get
You
pushed.
sure can't, unless you're Kyle fucking Rittenhouse.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well,
Then you sure can.
yeah, believe me, I remember what I said.
Well, in his defense, okay,
Yeah.
Ah,
as the story goes, I wasn't there, but he did it righteously. He thought he was defending his neighborhood or something stupid like that.
he drove 100
It's not- it
miles
wasn't-
with his mommy to get there.
Yeah, because he felt like he needed to. But I'm not saying it was good. It was a stupid reason.
Yes.
But it's just
This
like
kid freaked
but it
out
was-
when he got surrounded with.
at least he had like how do I put this? It's like at least he had the the guts to follow through. The other guy just did it on an impulse. Like
Yeah.
No,
That's
I think the other guy was more under threat than Kyle Rittenhouse ever was.
yeah, of course.
By the way, both your points are well taken. Just to put this,
I
into
mean, the
some,
kid that's just got.
well, I'm not
get
here to
sentenced, yeah.
race bait. or
yeah, of course not. No, of course
No.
not. But remember the
We
case.
can have debates.
But remember the case of
Look,
Kyle.
I would have I would have gone on the firing squad for Kyle Rittenhouse myself. I would have been one of the guys on the line.
Yeah, I appreciate
I would
that.
have pulled the trigger. I would have pulled the trigger. But
Yeah.
I couldn't. Now
Yeah.
I have to deal with Doug saying you look just like him.
Oh man, you're distantly related. Tell the truth.
Nowhere near. But
Oh my god. No.
his eyes face different directions. That's wrong.
Yeah,
Son of a bitch.
no shit.
Oh my god, that poor.
And
son
he
of a
has a nice mommy.
yes. If I grew up looking like Kyle Rittenhouse, I'd be anxious to go out and kill people too. But all that
Yeah.
being,
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
all that being said,
Yeah, and unlike him, my family would have just thrown me to the wolves.
oh yeah,
They would have
sure.
said, "Yeah, he's a piece of shit."
Yeah, oh yeah, yeah. They'd say that. They'd say we always do it. They'd say
Here's
we
crack pipe.
yeah. They'd say we always do
He's
it.
evil.
Yeah, and
They're grooming him to
No,
be
he
the
was
next
tortured
Spencer
and shit.
Pratt someplace.
oh my god. Oh my god. Well, all I can say is good luck with that. But he can't articulate. He's not a very articulate person, Kyle Rittenhouse. But yeah, just remember this: whenever we bring up the case of Kyle Rittenhouse, it's not race baiting because he never killed anyone of color. Honestly,
Right.
we're so indoctrinated into thinking
That's
these
right.
are all race crimes
Oh,
because
I was referring to the other. kid.
okay,
Yeah.
the other
But
other
you'd
kid,
think
right.
he'd get in trouble for killing a couple white guys.
Yeah, but well, not when one of them's a pedophile, honey. One of them just you do know that, right? Not that
I
makes it
forget.
any better. That's not defending Kyle Rittenhouse. What Kyle Rittenhouse
Great,
did.
Now you're defending those guys. Good God.
Yeah. I'm not doing that either. I'm just putting it into context. First off,
Yeah,
let's put
no,
it
I
this
don't
way.
remember that.
Look. What Kyle Rittenhouse did was just plain wrong because he did not know this man was a pedophile. And for what?
Oh God,
it's-
no. Yeah.
Yeah. So
They were random.
to him, they were just randos. But the story of the pedophile guy, again, not to defend him, but that life
No.
was just a tragedy in and of itself. He was a product of child rape. So this is the kind of thing where you got the cycle of
Oh my
violence
God.
going.
I'm passing a giant sign right now that has to do with some people.
Oh yeah. What's
Yeah,
it
that
say?
I probably can't say on air.
Oh yeah. I just said it says.
Oh come on,
it
it's a
says,
billboard.
It says support
yeah, it's a
Israel.
billboard.
Support Israel,
says-
right? It says
It
support.
says you don't have to be a Jew to protect Jews.
Oh.
Yeah. That.
You know what? I stand by it. I'm convinced by that big red sign. Yes.
Yes.
I hear you.
Well, I don't understand. Where are they in danger in that neighborhood?
They're not. I just passed a community center and they were all happily skipping around. You know, getting, pulling their baby carriages in front of me in the Indian store.
There you go.
They had I wasn't like yelling at them. I just said, okay,
It's
I was happy for them. They're very industrious and prosperous.
Good boy.
Yeah, yes. There you go. They're like okay, that speaks for itself for the
But what? Yeah, but the sign. Okay, the sign's a little bit much.
Yeah. The sign is kind of That's like it is what it is. It's almost trollery. It's almost trollery.
Yeah, it's troll.
Well, it's a play to the Christians that happily agree. Because they're special.
Yeah, the evangelicals who are brainwashed into worshiping them in place of God, really. Now in terms of what I was saying about the Kyle Rittenhouse case, just to close off that thought, because it's good to keep a train of thought and close it without wandering too far. Just to close that off, what happened was you had this pedo who was a product of child violence, who was raped while he was growing up, grew up to be a predator himself. He had, now, not that I'm defending him or making him sound like a good guy, but this individual had done his time, and he had been discharged with no possession other than literally underwear and socks inside of a plastic bag. And so he couldn't find a place to stay in the city that night, looking for like a hostel or something, and apparently wasn't discharged with enough money, so he was going to spend the night sleeping outdoors. And I guess his life was so futile at that point that when Kyle Rittenhouse shows up with the, AR-15, a mass shooter's weapon, by definition, when everybody, like a skateboarder and this guy, suddenly got a hold of Kyle Rittenhouse, drawing attention to himself. And it's hard not to draw attention to yourself when you're waving an AR-15. And these people, out of a sense of, I guess, white privilege in some cases, but in the case of the pedophile, probably a sense of just forlorn desperation and nihilism and nothing else, he threw his plastic bag with his underwear and socks at Kyle Rittenhouse. That was probably the only possessions this fucker had in his life. And he threw them at Kyle Rittenhouse and paid for it with his life. Life. Now, again, both of these men are obviously, it's hard to find sympathy on either side. It's just like, it's like a perfect match. It's like they kind of gravitated towards each other. But the other two people shot by Kyle Rittenhouse, okay, it's just wrong. And at the time, what I told everyone was, look, the way they set it up in a court of law, there was no way any member of the jury could legally go against Kyle Rittenhouse. The judge had set it up by the way he set up the case. It was guaranteed Kyle Rittenhouse was going to get off, because the way it was legally defined, there's no way you could call him guilty. It was a rigged trial. But I told everyone that it was wrong in every sense, the way that trial was set up. But if I had been on that jury, I would have had no choice but to have freed Kyle Rittenhouse, simply because there's nothing else you could do with the circumstances they gave you. They had cherry-picked the circumstances and presented the case in such a way that Kyle Rittenhouse could not lose, because they said it doesn't matter that he went down there voluntarily. It doesn't matter that he had the firearm. What matters is that the firearm was simply on hand when he was attacked. So it's like they went all out for this kid for whatever reason.
Yeah, and the NRA had big celebrations that night.
Well, I think the NRA financed his attorneys. I think they're the ones.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they think they're the ones that put everything behind. And probably bribed the judge. And I think they bribed the judge. It was
absolutely.
But it was, Kyle Rittenhouse could not lose that case. He was like, he was like truly blessed. But when it comes to that, I told people who were saying, oh, Doug, Mr. Dietrich, you can't say this kid deserves jail, and I'm like, yes, he does. But if I were legally on the jury,
his mother too.
Yeah, well, don't even get me started there. Yeah, that's but yeah, for driving him down. Right. Yes, that's right. And yeah,
And arming him.
yeah, not only that, but he had the weapon illegally. He was not of
I'm
age.
telling
Yeah,
you.
yeah. He was not of age to legally have that weapon, and he had a friend buy it for him, all that stuff. There was so many things so wrong. Yeah. But when it comes to the case of, do you name know the name of this kid again? Castillo Carmillo. Camillo.
I don't know his whole name. I only know Carmelo.
Carmelo. So
Yeah.
in the case of Carmelo, he reminds me of the case of this Romanian guy in America, Romanian engineer in America. I'm sorry, Brendan said something. Armenia unveils new emblem.
Oh, I'm like delayed. I'm like super delayed.
Yeah. Well, they're like, we know what's going on with your phone. They're like, you're lucky your phone works at all. So Armenia unveils new emblem.
I mean, I wasn't hating on those people. It's like, I like those people, man.
Yeah. No. Understood. Oh, I love the new symbol. Excellent. Good. I love the new symbol.
Yeah, they're like, it's like an occult star. The 8-sided. It's part of those people that are. I was telling you about.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Well, as was said by that individual, most of them left Armenia, but this is obviously something akin to that. So let me give that 100%. Of course, I couldn't see it through the VPN. I had to pause the VPN to see it. And that means I should download it while I can. So let me do that. But when it comes to Camillo, it reminds me of this Romanian guy who his friend lost a pocket knife, and so his friend, in a river, it's like, dude, give it up. You're not gonna find it. It's like, but he went looking for his friend's pocket knife. Apparently, it was Memento. Might have been
his grandfather's or
something like that. And so there were a bunch of young kids who were on some kind of sabbatical or something. And so all these young kids are, paddling along in their little, inflatable rafts, really, just like, oversized lifesavers. And this Romanian guy comes along, and he does not interface well. He comes along, and he's just pushing them all aside, like he's some river monster, or something. And he's like, trying to look for this thing. But then they all pulled a Camillo on him. They all surrounded him and started saying, what are you doing in our midst? Are you some kind of pervert? And they all, started like threatening him. And at some point, I don't know whether he found the knife or had a knife on him, but I could understand why he was so threatened. But, dude, you just don't approach a strange group of kids like that as an adult and start, pushing them aside looking for something without explaining yourself. It's, that's...
You think. He probably grew up in an orphanage or something.
Something like that. But anyhow, when they all started coming down hard on him, surrounding him, pointing their fingers at him, calling him names, he was threatened, pulled out the knife, started swinging it to keep them at bay, but wound up at some point, somehow somebody tripped, fell off their inflatable raft, because those things have no balance.
Oh, God.
And fell on the knife and died. And
God.
So then this guy wound up being sentenced for murder, which was effectively, for all intents and purposes, the rest of his life. He might get out with 10 years left to live or something, but, but you get what I'm saying. It's like, so the case is very similar, but I'm sorry, there's just like, you don't put yourself into these situations. When you're a colored person and there's a tent full of white people and they got the tent and it's raining, I'm sorry, you take the rain, because there's nothing good gonna come charging in that tent.
But
yeah,
I mean, I don't know how your brain was working when you were 17, but in these days,
it's I'm sorry, you just can't. There's just like there's nothing just about this world. There's nothing just about this world.
Nothing.
But
nothing.
when it comes to the but believe me, I have no better memories of other people of other ethnicities. They're all extraordinarily
Yeah, well,
irrational
ain't
and
no
violent.
hope of rehab here,
Yeah,
you
that's
know, at
yeah,
17, for fuck's sake.
yeah, that's
Jesus. I mean, he knows he did wrong. Tell you
yeah.
that much.
Well, that's too late now.
Right. Exactly. But he'll suffer. He will
Well,
suffer
well, he'll adapt.
consequences.
He's 17. He'll adapt. That'll become his world. That's all. It's
Yeah.
hard. It's hard and it's awful. But yeah, that's awful. But yeah, that's common. It's quite common. It happens all
Oh,
the
boy.
time, and it's like
Right.
believe me, it's not like I'm any better off than he is, generally speaking. So,
Hey, I've
so,
never had money.
so there you go. I mean, there we have that. But thank you for bringing that up. It's still important
Yeah.
and needs to be related. But when it comes to, yeah, did you notice that strange thing about the Satanist who uses a box cutter to cut up his wife, and they just let him go, give him back his satanic Bible, give him back his.
No, I missed that one.
You put an exclamation mark on the article.
Oh, that one. Yeah. Now I know. I
Yeah.
know. You entered it. Yeah.
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 And
Happens every day, like you say.
yes, thank you.
Some get let go, and some don't.
They all get let go. That's why you never hear about satanic crime. They just say, "Here's your satanic Bible."
Well,
Yeah,
in that
here's your
case,
box
yeah,
cutter.
I'm just comparing the two cases.
Yeah. Well, if you're a Satanist, it's like a sign of impunity. Oh, he's just practicing his religion. Yeah.
Right.
And but
So I had to note, and this made me think of you.
yeah.
There's this big stink about Hegseth's list of
Yes.
approved army
Yes.
religions.
Yes.
And Mormons didn't make the cut for Christians, but they are omitting admission for the Satanist title.
Okay. So tell us about what you know about this, by all means.
That's it. I mean, but I saw the list, and they don't
Mhm.
add, it's a long list of like 40 Christian denominations, and then Mormons, Islam, Hindu.
Mhm.
I don't even think Native Americans on there.
Mhm.
And that's it. So, of course, I immediately thought about, where's the satanic?
Uh-huh.
It's only right. It's only fair, right?
Yeah. And what did you find?
It ain't there.
Yeah.
And that's probably because Aquino's gone.
Well,
Nobody else could take the role publicly.
Yeah. Well, when let me see if I can get the screen share or just the screenshot. When it came
Well,
to
they were given a free pass under the
alternative.
broad definition.
Yeah. Tell her about that. Yes. Tell her about that.
Or is that Hinduism?
No,
No,
Satanism.
they took a bunch of them and put it under alternative faiths. They'll just say AF or whatever. There's another acronym they use. It just means alternative faiths.
Oh, is there?
Yes.
I missed that. Oh, that's where it is.
Yes.
But they
Got
never
it.
mentioned the S.
Yeah.
Okay. That makes sense. That makes total sense.
Yes. Because I was going to show you the screenshot I have of that, but then I'll have to find it after I file these things.
That's okay.
Yeah.
AF is the word. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
AF.
Yeah. All
Creepy as fuck.
Yeah, I mean, because it's not like any of these people are going to get kicked out. But I'm surprised by saying Mormons are not Christian. That's pretty offensive. That's a big
stink too. They're all riled up.
I hope so. Good.
They're all riled.
Yeah, as well they should be.
And that's a weird fucking religion too. Barely. It is stretching the definition for sure.
Well, generally speaking, they're nice people.
Yeah, sure. If you're if you look like them and think like them.
But honey, they try and drag everybody into it. They go all over the place. Why don't you become one of us? I mean, Jesus, they try to drag everybody into it. How do
They
stay
do
so
drag our
homogenous looking?
relatives into it, our dead relatives.
Yes.
They may have rebaptized my great-grandparents.
Yes,
I don't
that's
know.
right. They had that habit of baptizing people, grave sites.
Dead people.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
It's huge. That's why they have the world's biggest database, or at least they used to,
Yes.
of ancestry.
That's right. In the days before AI. Yeah, in the days before AI.
And
all
the
that.
days before 23andMe and all that.
Yeah, well, don't even get
One
started
of
with
their
23andMe.
data banks is here in the library in
That's
a
right.
nearby town.
There you go.
And I've been curious about
Yeah.
getting in there and seeing who was who.
Yeah, I mean, well, it'd be
I
nice
never
just to-
gave a shit, but now I'm old, so
Yeah,
now I
yeah.
kind of want to know.
Yeah, well, it'd be neat just to go in there, just see what it looks like. I mean, you know.
Yeah.
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 Wow. What does that place look like? How do
It's
they
the
keep-
whole wing of the library. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. That's cute. I mean, it is what it is, but yeah. So yeah, it's a basically, seriously, it's just stupid. All they're doing is quote unquote streamlining it. Streamlining their
I
face for
know.
the paperwork, but you know, it's still a stupid thing to do. It's not like, you know, that the extra paperwork was ever going to kill them.
And calling anything kind of creepy AF.
Yeah, yes. Well, it's
They can't have that in the record.
Wait, Brendan, tell Holly that's the only thing that was an alternate was Satanism. Tell her, Brendan, that's the only thing that was listed in alternate faith was Satanism. There was nothing else.
Okay.
It was just Satanist. That was it in there for alternate.
Got it.
So yeah.
Yeah, buried.
Yeah. And but everything else would be like under some other weird little title or not counted at all, like it didn't exist. But
Hi and shit.
yeah. That's a terrible way to express it, but yeah. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, why would anyone in Baha'i enter the military anyway? Yeah, why would anyone in Baha'i enter the military anyway, or Urantia or something like that? It would be odd.
They wouldn't. Yeah.
You would hope. I mean, you would hope for their sake.
Right.
It'd just be, you know, you'd be in a hostile environment. But all such having been said, so we might as well start in a little bit into Alexander. Oh, Jimmy Wormholes 888 says, disclosure released in the UK with all these smiles. Is he just trolling? Is he just trolling?
He must be.
Fucking God. It's
He's
like,
never listened to you before.
Yeah, well, he's been in there, and
Okay.
he says, disclosure day is shown in certain UK cinemas on June 10th. All you need to know,
man.
Steven Spielberg, director and co-producers. Proper psyop.
Oh,
So he
no.
qualifies it
Oh,
as a proper psyop, of course. So, you know. there
Oh,
you go.
good for him. Good
Yeah,
for him.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
he's all
because
smiles
it's
about
Spielberg's last gasp, apparently.
it. We can only hope. Yes.
Yeah, we can only hope.
Yeah. It's but
I saw a critic say it really sucks too. By the way,
yeah. Oh, no doubt.
it's like
No
X-Files
doubt.
reboot or something.
Yeah, thank you. I mean,
And that
seriously.
sucked
I don't think
too.
you need a critic for that.
Yeah, thank you.
I know.
Yeah.
Oh, but it's big money, you know. Got to show up, get paid.
It's
Critics getting paid.
I can't believe they're getting
Well,
paid
you have
anymore.
a disclosure freak in front of you, and he gets paid nothing.
Yeah, thank you. Yes.
Yeah, the
It's-
truth of disclosure, and then it's just crickets. And shit.
well, they hate it. That's why. Yeah, and heck, when I put on the VPN, yeah, I anyhow, would say tell that another time. It's just, yeah.
I'm surprised you weren't like hurt by that or like dishonored or something.
Why? I mean, it was expected. That's expected. I mean, you know, Japanese. I can't find when I put on the VPN and set it to Japan. I can't find myself my website on it because the Japanese have blocked the website. But then they block off half of Facebook. Any of the links that Brendan sends me, 50% of them that come from Facebook can't be accessed with the VPN on because Japanese just don't allow that shit. It's nothing pornographic. It's nothing, it's
Well,
just,
they were all Russian.
yeah,
related.
Russian
Yeah,
shit.
they were all
or,
Russian.
Or other
That's
odd
why.
things. They weren't necessarily Russian. It's like that Armenian thing. That wouldn't show up. I had to pause the VPN in order to access the Armenian symbol for their armed forces. But Japanese people do not see a lot from from outside. Probably for the best. They're spared the horrors of their minds getting fucked with. But
Right.
yeah, but in the sense of Alexander, if we want to start on that tonight, I would say that I'm sorry. Yeah, he said something, but the poor guy's getting cut off.
No, I didn't say anything.
Oh,
I didn't say
okay. There you go. It's hard.
I'm
to say.
totally game, but I got to move around. So I'm going to go to the tube. I'll try and come back later.
Okay. Love you dearly.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, Douglas,
All right.
for everything.
Bless you.
Okay.
Love you.
Bye.
Okay. Bye for now. So, taking a look at that, let's put this into live stream. Heather Manic-Tala says hi. Why don't you just jump on, Heather? You can say hi for tonight. And if you want to do that, then there's like just at any rate, just as an aside note, while the news is fresh, American inflation climbed to hit 4.2% in May, the highest rate in 3 years since April of 2023, and energy is driving it. So today, the Bureau of Labor Statistics reported that the Consumer Price Index rose 4.2% over the 12 months ending in May.
Yeah, I hate to say it, but yeah, did you hear what that guy said about it?
What?
You know, Lord?
What did he say?
Oh, he said the numbers are good. They're very high numbers. I love them. And everyone's like face palming. Like, look, this is not good for everyone.
Oh, delightful. Oh, man. Well, thank you for that. It's up from 3.8% in April and the highest annual rate since April of 2023. Energy prices drove more than 60% of the monthly gain, with gasoline up 40.5% from a year earlier. The report arrives ahead of the Fed's June 17th rate decision, the first to be chaired by Kevin Warsh, with markets pricing in a near certain hold. Oh my God. And symptomatically, with an Apache war cry, Trump and the American empire have struck again. Israel's puppet Єhle-ṟÁr곶, the land of the covenant, it is these United States, struck Iranian military infrastructure this morning. United States Central Command said the strikes were a proportional response after an Apache helicopter was shot down earlier this week. Resolution of the Judeo-American war with Iran seemed further away than ever yesterday after Donald Trump vowed that America would respond to what he said was the shooting down of a United States Apache helicopter off Rōmā. Prior to the attack, which Trump blamed on Iran, the president had continued to claim peace was near despite the continued Israeli bombing of Lebanon. Thusly, the United States began a fresh round of strikes on Iran yesterday afternoon. The 12 pilots on the helicopter were rescued. Some 14 United States soldiers have died in the war, while more than 7,000 people have been killed in Iran and Lebanon. Of course, Lebanon is no longer about Lebanon. Iran would rather fight than let Israel decide Lebanon's fate. Iran's foreign minister posting on social media that foreign forces in proximity to our territory are at constant risk, concluding that the best solution is for them to leave. Still, the United States of America and Jamhuri Islami Iran, the Islamarian Republic, exchanged strikes overnight after Donald Trump blamed Tehran for downing the American Apache helicopter. United States fighter jets hit Iranian aero defenses, radar sites, and ground control stations near the Strait of Hormuz. oil erased gains as traders weighed the outlook for peace talks. Okay, so enough of the general world situation. Heather sent a delightful image. I'm left aghast. And yes, thank you for this, Heather. That's where did you get that? Did
I
you
made that.
You did.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
It was actually a reply to the one that was posted up earlier by P. Tank Barry, I think.
Yes, the book cover with the human face.
Yeah, that's one of them.
Yes.
You did what?
She made that. Look at that. Look, isn't that's
I
it?
did it out of burlap.
Yeah, she made that out of bird
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it's
intriguing.
It's different, and it's unforgettable. It's unforgettable. It is like it sticks in the mind. It brands the brain, and it does not leave.
Yeah.
Yeah. And here we are.
Beautiful.
Yeah, so then Realtek puts in a measure in a must-pass bill dramatically increases Israeli access to American secrets. Oh my God. So this is kind of like what you brought up, Brendan, about our militaries becoming united. A measure, yeah. So Senate.
Well, I
Yeah.
think it was always like that, but they're just letting it happen. Like,
You mean making it legal? They're making it legal. They're
Yeah.
actually putting it on paper.
publicly, yeah.
Yeah, and crossing all the dots and the I's. Senate wants to force U.S. to share sensitive intel with Israel. I mean, this is, of course, alarming. This is like, and the guy who's there looks like Mr. Rogers. So here we are now. Pentagon National Security. Pentagon raised threat of Israeli spying on U.S. to highest level. There we are. So the counterintelligence threat level was raised by the Defense Intelligence Agency, DIA, what Aquino was involved with. Remember, Aquino was big on warning about, Israelis. In recent weeks, after growing concerns that Israeli espionage had become more aggressive than usual. Indeed. And so thank you for that, Realtek, keeping us up to date on just how bad the situation is getting. And so, dear Heather, people care about you as a person. How are you?
I'm doing well. Hold on, let me get off this speaker.
Sure. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Sounds great. Your voice sounds good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyways, yeah, I'm doing well.
Mm-hmm. And
Working on my creativity, it just keeps pouring.
say that again, honey. What keeps pouring?
My creativity, it just keeps pouring.
It's so cute. It is. You really are unique. I mean, there's no denying that. So with the art that you've involved yourself with, do you see these visions kind of like they just pop into your head, or how do you do it?
Oh yeah, I just do. I just kind of like, it's like I know already what to do.
Yeah.
Inherently or latently.
Yeah. It's incredible. I mean, well, go on.
Yesterday was Benny's birthday.
Oh, it was! Oh my God! Why didn't I have that on my calendar? How did I not have that on my calendar? Let me take a look at my calendar, and put that on my calendar. Jesus Christ! I'm so sorry I missed his birthday. It was the 9th.
Birthday. Because his brother couldn't be here from California, so I made an ambassador for his brother.
Okay. The mask? The burlap mask?
No, not that one.
Uh-huh.
An ambassador is kind of like that one head I've been working with a lot.
Okay. Can you show us a picture again? Vin Manitow,
Sure.
B-Day. Okay, B-Day. And so it's the 9th of June. His birthday's
Yes.
the 9th of June.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Okay. So there we are. Everybody take a look at this wonderful work of art. Give me a second here just to get my kind of thing that I need to add our man Vinny's birthday to my calendrical records. And wish him happy birthday for me. Oh my God, I'm so sad I missed it.
Aw.
Yeah, and I do hope he well, how's he doing? Like
Hey, I mean, he's having a rough day because we lost our main fish.
oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
thank you.
Yeah, that's so when it comes to the you know the main fish what was he the beta
Yeah, Frank, yeah.
oh okay well, so why do you think this happened why do you think this
I have my suspicions, but it's just one of those things,
Mhm.
the water or something. I don't know.
Yeah, yes. It's sad. But they're supposed to take the hit for occult assault. It could be yeah, you know that of
That's
course.
what I was thinking, but I don't have any proof to base it on, so I don't make assumptions.
Mm.
Mine
Yeah.
is even more deviant than that.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. And it is what it is. But it happens. It happens. Look, whenever you start a tank, this sort of thing happens because it's just hard. It's hard to get that balance of biologicals, which they dwell in.
Right.
They
Right.
dwell in water that needs to be biologically kind of full of microorganisms that make their life possible, comfortable, and
Well,
yeah,
I think it was like you said, it was an assault or an attack.
yes, indeed,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. And so when it comes to that, you just tell him he should be happy that the little beta took it for him. And all of you, it's kind of like the canary in the coal mine, and it protects you all because it dies, shows that there's a presence, and you kind of take care of its
Yeah.
burial.
Let me see. He's in the other room. I'm going to tell him that. Go ahead and go on, and I'll
Okay,
tell him that you said thank you very much.
okay. And obviously our prayers are with him, and the beta, of course. So, but other than that, I know what it's like, and you just kind of got to get used to it. It takes a while before everything balances and stabilizes to an ideal, clean tank. And it doesn't have to be too clean. It's just got to be just right in terms of its biological sustainability. So it needs to have healthy microorganism growth, and all of this is like it's an art. It's an art, and after a while you'll get it. It's so when it comes to your these incredible visions that you have, like I said, you need to open a gallery. People will buy them. People will buy your what you produce.
Thank you.
Yeah. And so a gallery needs to be set up somewhere. Lease a little spot in the city. Open up a little gallery, and you can travel there. Maybe twice a week.
Yeah, I think it's called First Friday, the first Friday of every month.
Cool. Yes. Yes. I mean, that would be delightful. And how about other than that? How's the weather where you're at?
It's really hot.
You doing a lot of walking these days?
No, not that much walking.
Okay.
I did a quick a
Mhm.
jolt. I don't know if you want to call it a sprint, but
Mhm.
I ran from my car to a tree today and back.
That's cute. It's adorable. Just for the exercise. Yeah.
No, just to give the tree a hug.
Oh, okay. That's great. No, that's great. And
How hot is it, Heather?
yeah.
It's about
Like
100.
hundreds?
It's between 85, 90, and 100.
Oh
Jesus.
boy.
Oh man.
Yeah.
I had to set up the memorial for our fish,
Yes.
Yeah.
and I had to do the prep work.
Mhm.
And bury him in the desert?
No, I put him in epoxy
Oh,
Wow.
so we can have him forever.
Wow.
wow.
Oh.
Well, I'd already had it all mixed up, so it didn't go out of my way or anything.
Okay. Okay. Well, whoa. And did
So
it turn out
sad.
okay? Did he turn out okay?
We'll see. Yeah, we'll
Okay.
see tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah.
Mm.
That's Well, definitely. Thank you for sharing that with us. We are curious, and we do adore you, and we wish nothing but the
Thank
best
you.
for yourself and Vin, and it was nice he found this new hobby. Is he still he's still working with putting together computers, of course, stuff like that? Yeah.
No, actually, he says he's going to have to put a couple together before he goes on to the next level of aquarium or whatever. But
Whoa.
kind of over it.
Okay.
It's hard.
Wow.
And it's it's hard, and it's taken away from the computers, but that's okay. I mean, it's still, the mess is just the same.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
solder or fish food.
Yes.
you know, like more cords or
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, cords are involved with aquariums as well. When you got the lights for the vegetables and everything else, the plants.
Yeah, same thing, like
Yeah.
she says.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And true enough. So,
Seawater all over the place.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, wait, but no, they're freshwater. They're dealing with freshwater, but still, it's like it's its own type of mess. It's it can be hard to deal with, and fish waste as well.
Especially with the plant. Yeah, it makes it extra difficult.
Yeah, but it doesn't sound like you're overcrowding the aquarium, at least. Most
No.
people will immediately overcrowd their aquariums. I was guilty of that. I was always guilty of that. And
Hey, can we get a photo of it?
Of the fish tank? Sure.
yeah,
Yeah. Would
Yeah.
it kill you to give us a photo?
No, not at all. I'll go in there and get it. Hold on.
yeah.
All right.
Well,
I wanted to say hi. I came back to say hi to Heather, but I forgot the whole punchline of the Plattner Maine story before.
uh-huh.
Huh.
Uh-huh.
Remember all that?
Yeah. So tell
Let
us.
me just say this quick, and then I'm done with that.
Sure.
The driver of the whole expose against the guy
Uh-huh.
and all his sexual crimes and all that,
Yeah.
was the co-founder of, get this, Ladies for Kavanaugh.
Ladies for Kavanaugh. Oh, Brett
Ladies for
Kavanaugh,
Kavanaugh.
the judge. Right?
Yeah.
What a joke.
The LFK.
Oh my God. Yes. What?
And this guy's all worked up over Plattner's, ex-girlfriends.
Oh, well, it just
So
goes
it
to show.
just gives you a flavor of the thing.
Yeah.
And the voters said, fuck you.
Yeah,
So-
that's well, thank God for that. That's the
Ladies for Kavanaugh, for Christ's sake.
that is pretty funny. Just
Yeah.
the very concept is funny.
Yeah. It was the only reason I told the story, and then I forgot the punchline.
No worries.
All
It's-
right.
Oh, forgive me. Not yawning. Not yawning because of you. I'm yawning because it's just
Yeah, because you're tired.
yeah, like I said, it was hard the past few
Okay.
days. So Heather,
All right. I
you
want to
get the-
see this
Yeah,
tank.
we want to see if she presents a photo. Let's see if
Okay.
Heather gets that photo. And in the meantime, I'll just start in a little bit on Alexander. We can start in about the wall. Of course, Alexander, for those of you who do not know, is historically affiliated with Alexander's Wall, which actually, through Iran, blends with the Great Wall of China. Heather sent that image finally. Here we are. Beautiful. Okay. In
wow.
the sun. It's
Look at
beautiful. in the sun.
that.
Look at that. Yes.
Yeah,
Wonderful.
Oh, I
imagine
forgot
out
the
in the
very best
desert.
one.
Yeah. What's that, honey? What'd you
I think that there's one more.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. That's nice.
That's a nice looking rig.
Yes.
Here it is.
Yeah.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Yeah.
And what's he got in there?
Oh, there's like catfish, like little tiny catfish, and then a couple other kinds,
Mhm.
Oh.
tetras or corley, or
Mhm.
I'm
Oh.
not sure. you know.
Catfish
Coolie.
get
Coolie
big.
fish. They're called coolie fish.
Yeah.
Kuhli. Coolie fish.
Never
Yeah.
heard of him.
Yeah. Wow. Very well done there. Yes. Good. Yes.
Whoa.
Yeah. That's nice.
Catfish will get as big as the tank allows. You know how many gallons it is?
9.
9 gallons. Okay.
Well,
That's
it depends on what species. If they're you're thinking, of course, of river catfish. That's totally different. You wouldn't keep river catfish in any domestic aquarium.
No, they'd eat everything in the tank.
Yes,
Yeah.
but the when it comes to the there's other species of catfish that are quite small and they get no larger.
Got it.
Yeah,
Got it.
they're used as kind of like cleaners. And I was a big fan of cleaning fish myself. You know, coolie, catfish. That's those sorts of, you know, they're interesting, they're cute, they're adorable, they have personality. No, they're wonderful, and you try to balance it with fish at different levels. This fish is they're bottom
And they eat
feeders.
the allergies. I love the tiny
Yeah.
sharks.
Yes, yeah. There's bottom feeders, there's mid-level fish, then there's surface fish. So,
Yeah.
you know, you try to get all three levels occupied, and you know, of course, you have to really for a community tank. You know, you want to have room, but when it comes to the you know, for people who are just starting off, of course, you have to start small. So it just builds up on itself. Just builds up on itself after a while. But
It's a part-time job. Yeah, he'll be wanting a bigger tank soon.
yeah, yeah,
Prepare yourself.
yes,
Oh yeah, this is the third one.
yeah.
Ah,
Yeah.
oh yeah.
Yeah. And so, but all of that having been said, yeah, diving into it now after everybody
Good.
shared what they've shared, going in for it for just a little bit.
Love you
These are
both.
I
Thank
love
you.
you too, honey. Love you.
Love you,
And
Holly.
yeah, yeah. Okay. So when it comes to this, we'll go into the all right. Put that in there for the four evils that are these were the people who were our people, entities that were being fought in that film, The Great Wall. They actually have a basis in Chinese history, and so they are all still out there, the four perils of Chinese mythology. So in Chinese mythology and astronomy, the four evil creatures are the four perils, the four fiends of the four winds, the four directions of the compass. Shijiong, they're a group of four creatures that have been exiled by the gods and are the antagonistic counterparts of the four celestial animals, the azure dragon, the vermilion bird, the black tortoise, and the white tiger. Now, apart from protectors and godlike creatures, there are also evil beings in Chinese myths. The Shizhong, or the four evils, are some of the most famous. They're Dǎoդē, Hundun, and I provided a link so everybody could actually link to a page to look at representations of these entities. Dǎoդē, which is the creature that was focused on in the film The Great Wall. The Dǎoդē, the Hundun, the Zhongji, and the Daowu, each one holding evil characteristics such as encouraging greed, distorting truth, and making wars. The evil beasts' names are still often referred to as metaphors out of superstition. Some legends suggest the four evils were born from four evil and rebellious tribe leaders after they died in ancient times. San Miao, Wan Dao, Gong Gong, and Gun. They ruled in the reign of the Shun emperor, who was defeated and exiled in the end. But there are many other stories of the origins of these beasts. But the one that was made infamous through the film, The Great Wall, was the Dao Dai, the symbol of greed. As described in the Shanhai Jing, the classic of mountains and seas, Dao Dai features a sheep's body, tiger's teeth, human face and hands, its eyes hidden under his armpits, a baby's voice, yet eats humans. In the folk stories, Dao Dai eats everything. The monster is so greedy that it even eats its own body. Therefore, the patterns of Dao Dai are often found in ancient cooking vessels, yet only with its head, which has eaten everything else. So Dao Dai Shen Yan, or the feast for Tao Dai, that's often used in Chinese to indicate an extraordinarily grand banquet with delicious food, a repast in gluttony. It was Now I remember the director of the Great Wall, or the producer, was Zhang Yimou. So it was the monster in Zhang Yimou's movie The Great Wall that was created based on the legendary DAO-DAI. There's also legend suggesting that when the Yellow Emperor beheaded Qi Yu, his head fell on the earth and became DAO-DAI. The other four creatures, well, Hundun, there's three different versions of Hundun. One version is Hundun in Shenyi Jing, the classic of gods and strange animals in the Han Dynasty. That was a dynasty which lasted from 206 years before Christ to 220 years thereafter, a 220 Anno Domini. That would be the most common version, in which Hundun is a monster that cannot distinguish right from wrong. Hundun is shaped like an enormous dog, has bear's palms, yet no claws, has eyes, yet cannot see, can walk, yet cannot move, has ears, but cannot hear, a belly with basically a belly's all it's got. No organs such as a heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidney. It has intestines, yet cannot twist. So anything it eats passes through its intestines directly. It's capable of human emotions, yet cannot distinguish right from wrong. When encountering noblemen, Hundun will have conflicts with them, but on meeting evil people, it will follow their instructions. Shanhai Jing, on the other hand, describes it as a god bird colored red, shaped like a bag, with 6 feet, 4 wings, yet no face, living in the Tianshan mountain, singing and dancing. As recorded by the Zhuangji, the book by a Taoist philosopher, Zhuangzhao, his student, Hundun was the emperor of central China, with no apertures like eyes, nostrils, mouths, or ears. He treated the emperors of the South Sea and the North Sea well at his place, and intending to repay his hospitality, the other two emperors offered to dig 7 apertures for Hundun, and they dug 1 aperture a day. Yet when all the 7 apertures were done, Hundun died. There you go. I mean, there are extra holes in your body you simply do not need. Then there was Zhongji, as recorded in the Shanghai Jing. Zhongji looks like a tiger with wings and always eats humans from the head down. It can speak human language because it's eaten so many brains. It's good at confusing people's minds and making wars. Shenyi Jing celebrated, or rather elaborated, on its character in more detail. When hearing people quarrel, it will eat the reasonable one. When hearing about people who are loyal and faithful, it will bite their noses off. But when hearing about people being unreasonable and atrocious, it will offer them his food. So there's also alternative versions or iterations describing it as a rare animal that eats the goo. Those are legendary venomous insects that harm people. Brendan Zogit knows of them all too well. He's painfully intimate with them, or familiar with the pain their sting can cause. Zhongji is often used as a metaphor for those who act in bad faith and defames those who show loyalty. As written in the Shiji, the historical record, there was a bad offspring of Emperor Xiaohao who behaved badly and resented loyal people. He was called Zhongji. And finally, the Dao Wu. Now, according to Shenyi Jing, Dao Wu is a tiger-like beast with the tiger's feet, a man's face, and pig's teeth, with hair that's 2 to 3 meters long and a tail that's more than 315 meters long, living in the remote regions in the West. Dao Wu is often used to label a man who's fierce and stubborn, as recorded in the Zhao Juan, a commentary on the Spring and Autumn Annals. There was a bad offspring of Zhuangju, one of the 5 great ancient emperors who could not be taught. He was called Da Wu. Now, all of this, of course, is perceived as one of the threats, one of many threats with these beasts that the Great Wall in China was built to hold off. Alexander the Great also built a wall that ultimately connected to the Great Wall of China, though those ramparts have basically disintegrated to a degree, or in a sense returned to earth with time. The most visible, still extant physical ramparts exist in Iran and certain Central Asiatic republics. Were built by Alexander, these ramparts, to hold off the Ghul in their masses, which at one point in history overran the earth. Unclean peoples, immundas gentes, who ate human flesh and had other equally vile, Cain. They were supposedly the descendants of Cain, and they were enclosed by God through Alexander the Great in his building of mighty ramparts to enclose them within the earth. In the West, it was, how did they say it in those days? From this people, that is, from the tribe of Dan, Antichrist. Well, Alexander himself, of course, was a hard guy. He had to be, of course, to take on all of the forces that he took on. Historians say the battlefield atrocities of what in his day many of his enemies called Alexander the Monster of Macedonia. Many historians, of course, over many centuries, simply would rationalize his battlefield atrocities as part of some brilliant military strategy. But they were equally born of his personality. Alexander III, king of the ancient state of Macedon, is often heralded as one of history's greatest military commanders. Undefeated in battle, he unleashed his army on countries great and small to forge an empire that stretched over 3 continents, from Greece to India and as far south as Aegyptos. He did all this in little more than a decade after taking power at the age of 20. But the man known as Alexander the Great must also be understood as a very bad man in a very bad time and place. Certainly by today's standards, he would probably be perceived as one of history's worst monsters. A murderous, rage-filled, paranoid, alcoholic, religious fanatic who, on at least one occasion, showed a fondness for what today might be considered necrophilia. He murdered often, at times indiscriminately. He assassinated rivals a dozen at a time, slaughtered innocents by the thousands, and exterminated entire tribes of people. It's no exaggeration to say that Alexander killed off a generation of Macedonian officers, veterans he needed to run the army he inherited from his father, King Philip. Nor were friends and family spared. Within days of taking the throne, he killed Philip's most recent wife and her new infant. Now, it's comparatively recent scholarship that's added detail to many of Alexander's atrocities, but there's still very little to explain them. Some historians simply write the horrors off as the excesses of a megalomaniac and alcoholic. Indeed, he was drunk when he ordered the burning of the Persian capital Persepolis in the year 330, well, 330 years BC, before Christos. Other scholars argue that Alexander's barbarity stemmed from a strategic decision to systematically destroy his enemy, root and stem. Now, these theories don't always add up. Alexander's atrocities often did more to stir opposition than to quell it. He was too smart to pursue such a failing strategy for long, but there's at least one other explanation worth exploring. His penchant for atrocity and violence may have been rooted in deep-seated fears that he simply did not have what it took to be a soldier and commander. Though he was the most formidable figure of his time, he grew up estranged from the culture of the Macedonian warrior and came to power ill-equipped to command an army. Marginalized and perhaps insecure about his abilities, he seemed angry and intent on proving himself through violence. Many accounts of his most heinous crimes describe him as flying into a rage, his anger begetting violence. Now, of course, it's risky business to plumb the psychological depths of such a complex historical figure as Alexander, particularly because antiquity provides, well, relatively scant data. Yet the exercise is valuable, if only to suggest a different way to understand the enigmas that Alexander's life presents. The Macedonian society of Alexander's day was based on values and practices that were Homeric in origin, form, and function. Unlike most Greek city-states, where the male-dominated warrior society had died out, Macedonia was still a land of clans and tribes bonded by warriorhood, dynastic bloodlines, powerful kings. Alexander's world was one in which the Iliad was not an epic tale, but an illustration of how men still lived, riding, drinking, and fornicating with rude energy and enthusiasm. And as in the Iliad, society valued power, glory, and bravery most of all. On the field of battle, warriors were expected to demonstrate their bravery to win honor and the esteem of their fellow soldiers. Men were required to prove their courage at a young age. The Macedonian rulers considered themselves descendants of the Greek hero, the Greek demigod, Heracles, who, like Christ, was half human, half divine. And the single-handed killing of a wild boar, linked in Macedonian mythology to one of Heracles' 12 labors, was an important rite of passage for warriors. Until a man killed a wild boar, he was not permitted to recline at table and eat meat with other soldiers. Instead, he had to sit upright for all to notice. In another Homeric custom, a Macedonian youth who had not yet slain a man in battle, was required to wear a cord around his waist to mark him as unbloodied. Only when he achieved his first kill could he abandon the cord and join the ranks of warriors, kind of like dropping your mother's umbilical, symbolically. The sons of Macedonian nobles attended the Royal Page School, the Macedonian West Point. Cadets entered at age 14 and graduated at 18 years of age, which in and of itself is notable when you consider that how closely that parallels legal age today. Okay, getting some great input from Brendan in terms of a morale boost here of wonderful young lady. Certainly appreciate that. Well done. Oh my God. Yes. Excellent. I could stare at that for hours. Okay, that's enough of that for the moment. Let me heart that in acknowledgement and continue with the task at hand. Now, here we are. Grab that. Here we go. Now, about 200 young men were enrolled in the Royal Page School, the Macedonian West Point, at any one time. Besides receiving a typical Greek liberal arts education, the students were put through rigorous military training. Rough living, horsemanship, fasting, endurance training, hunting, and weapons proficiency were required. Senior cadets sat at the king's table. They cared for his horses, served as his bodyguards, and accompanied him on campaign. Some fell in battle, protecting their sovereign. The Royal Page School was the proving ground for Macedonia's combat officers and administrators. After all, Aristotle called it a school for generals. Now, Alexander seems not to have met any of the requirements of a young Macedonian warrior. There is no suggestion in the historical accounts that he hunted and killed a wild boar, nor did he attend the Royal Page School for any significant length of time, if at all. Instead, he was sent at 14 years of age from the court at Pella, the capital, to a private academy set up by Aristotle at Mieza, several miles away. There, Alexander studied poetry, philosophy, literature, and learned to play the lyre, a skill his father belittled because the lyre was an instrument of the Athenian aristocracy. Military studies at the academy were limited to a reading of the Iliad. The historian Plutarch tells us that Alexander carried a copy of the work with him throughout his campaigns. Now, by attending Aristotle's academy, Alexander missed the opportunity to mix with the young warriors and royal princes who would become Macedonia's military elite. The students at the Royal Page School typically formed bonds of comradeship, trust, and loyalty with their classmates, bonds that later served them well in war. When Alexander assumed command of the Macedonian army in 336 years before the risen Christos walked the earth, he was in essence an outsider, a soldier as unknown to his officer corps as they were to him. Alexander had only limited exposure to combat before becoming a king. At 17 years of age, he served as temporary regent, while his father campaigned in Perinthos and Scythia from 340 through 339 years before Christ, for about a year's worth of time. When the Mēēdi being a tribe living in the upper Strymon River in present-day Bulgaria, revolted, Alexander mounted a small expedition, put down the uprising, and established a city or small fortified outpost named after himself, Alexandropolis, at Philip's decisive victory over Athens, Thebes, and the other Greek city-states at Chaeronea in 338 BC. Philip placed Alexander, then 18, in command of the cavalry on the left flank, according to the Greek historian Diodorus. But it appears that the king did not have full faith in his son. He stationed Alexander alongside his Dietrich König, Deutschen Sprake for the Meister Schlüssel, what would be anglicized as the Master Key commanders, including Parmenion and Antipater, the Antifather. Diodorus notes that Alexander and his men were the first to force their way through the enemy line, but this may mean only that Alexander commanded one of the wedge-shaped cavalry squadrons that struck all along the line, creating gaps for the remaining cavalry to burst through. Interestingly, Alexander apparently did not chalk up his first kill in either of these two early ventures. Records make no mention of such an achievement. Alexander also stood apart from the warrior culture in his physical appearance. The Macedonians were a big people, thanks largely to their land's plentiful meat and grain. The men were tall, robust, dark-skinned. They had thick cropped hair and wore beards. Not so Alexander. He was at best average height, perhaps only 5'2". His hair was blonde and tousled, and it is said that he wore it long to resemble a lion's mane. He was fair-skinned and clean-shaven, a sign to some of femininity. His teeth were sharply pointed, like little pegs, according to the Alexander biographer Peter Green. Alexander's voice was high-pitched and tended to harshness when he was excited. Says Green. Now, he was given to scurrying about in a fast and nervous manner, and he carried his head to the left, either out of some physical defect, perhaps torticollis, or mere affectation. And Green adds, there is something almost girlish about his earliest portraits on busts and coins, a hint of leashed hysteria. Talk about a misogynist comment, if ever there was one. By the way, I've just got a notification I'm trying to follow up on. Was this from our man Realtek just now? Here we are. He says, farmer donates land for a park, city sells it for data center development. $10 gift becomes $10 million for city government, with $30 million taxes expected over the next decade. A solemn Texas deed ignored for profit. Well, thank you for that, for reinforcing my lack of faith in humanity. It's, yes, shaking my head on that one. That's like, so there we go. I don't know if there's an emoji that shows one shaking one's head. Yeah, that's, I don't think there's one that shows it effectively. So we'll just kind of like, yeah, respond to it as, there we go with that. All right. So such having been acknowledged. Amor Fadi says, hello and good night, Douglas, Team Dietrich and audience. I'm glad I tuned in tonight. For the past year, I haven't tuned in nearly as much as before. I've been extremely busy, struggling a lot. Well, let's give him our prayers. Everybody maintain Amor Fadi in thought and prayer. He's a man who's been with us for a long time. He says, but there is also very good news and progress in my life. Apparently, things had to get worse before they started getting better. I'll try to tune in more and turn on more. I'm glad I did today. Megas Alejandros. Yes, beautiful. Thank you so much. Thank you so very much. Obviously, I'm endeared to Alexander by his femininity. I can most certainly relate. Here we are, and of course you get a bunch of macho misogynists who try to present that as some kind of negative. It goes without saying. All right, so let's do this. All love and blessings. Here we are. Blessings, my dear. Okay, my good man. Good man. Amor Fati. Okay, Amor Fati. 8977. All right. There we have that. And, okay. There, that being articulated. Then there is the touchy subject of Alexander's homosexual proclivities. King Philip, his father, and King Philip's wife, Olympias, worried early on about their son's apparent lack of heterosexual interests. The Greek scholar Theophrastus says they feared that Alexander might be turning into a guy-nish, or a womanish man. Olympias went so far as to procure...
Hello, Douglas. I just want to say hello to you.
Oh, yeah. Well, thank you. Well, welcome aboard. Say hi.
All right.
And how are you?
I'm doing good.
Okay.
Kind
People...
of hot, but yeah, I'm
well,
doing well.
okay, good. Good. People care about you as
Been
an...
going out a lot.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry?
thank you. I said I've been going out a lot now. So I
Oh,
went to
good.
I went to Brooklyn Comic Con this weekend.
Okay,
Wasn't
good.
very good.
Oh,
But
sorry to hear that, but at least you went. And did what about okay, anything else in particular you that comes to mind tonight that you'd like to share?
well, I'm not happy this war is starting up again.
Mm-hmm.
The inflation rate. So, it's I mean, maybe the positivity could be the bubble bursting and it's bursting help accelerate it, but it's seemed that was going to happen anyway. The inflation rate was 4.2%, but the price of PPPI, I always forget what the terminology of that one is. Also, the next one again, fucking Trump was there, and I mean, they lost on Monday because he gave us bad luck, so we won. So, well, I'm not into sports too much, but I want to something, small local, it's fun. I was betting that I lost that one, but just $20. But I mean, everything's going on. Everything's all going. Everything's okay.
Good.
I'm fine. I just tend to fluctuate on different topics and things I'm on. So I'm sorry I've been on too much. But I'm sorry to have you lose your faith in humanity. But with that article. Yeah, with that article. I'm sorry about that.
No worries. So I'll continue talking about what I'm...
But continue on.
Yeah, and
Yes.
feel free to interject when you feel that you have something to, that you want to get off your mind. But because people care about you as a person, how's your wife? and
Oh,
family?
she's good. Yeah,
Yeah.
she's doing good.
Yeah.
She's well. She
Yeah.
went to Virginia.
Yeah. Excellent. What? Any particular reason why, or just
She's trying to see have a business out there, but she's saying it's too expensive.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. It would have. I mean, yeah. Everything's expensive these days, so that's no surprise. Okay. So thank you, and like I said, interject whenever you feel like it, and yeah. As I was saying, when it came for Olympias, the queen of Macedonia, Alexander's mother, she went so far as to procure a Thessalian courtesan. Thessaly was famous for high quality escorts. So she went so far as to procure a Thessalian courtesan named Kalazena. And Kalazena, or Kalazena, her duty was to help Alexander develop his manly nature, as it was so put. The effort was apparently unsuccessful. Plutarch wrote that Alexander did not know any woman before he married, other than Barzine, a Persian noblewoman with whom Alexander is supposed to have had an affair in 333 BC, when he was but 23 years of age. Or, well, that was close to his death. So he conquered the known world at the age of 24. So it was kind of like he was getting up there in years by the standards of those days. Now, Alexander, however, had many male lovers over the years, notably his best friend, Hephaestion, who also attended Aristotle's academy and went on to become a general in Alexander's army. When Hephaestion fell sick and died in 324 years before Christos, Arrian says that Alexander's grief was so great that he flung himself upon the body of his friend and lay there nearly all day long in tears. Now, many Alexandrian scholars, notably the British scholar William W. Tairn, in his influential 1933 biography of Alexander, see homosexuality as well in the mainstream of Macedonian culture. But Tairn and others wrongly assume that Macedonian mores reflected those of Athens, where sexual contact between men and boys was accepted as a part of mentoring. Macedonia, a society that valued manliness, bravery in war, and the sexual conquest of woman, as they would put it, meaning mass rape, and the fathering of children, was, well, it was a place that was far less tolerant of homosexuality than Athens. Here, man-boy sexual relationships were seen as more of an occasional fashion. Long-term sexual relationships between grown men were frowned upon. This was particularly true in the military. Theopompus, a Greek who wrote in the 4th century before Christ, said that soldiers who were homosexuals were considered whores and harlots. Although they were menslayers, they were by nature men sodomizers. Whatever Alexander's status within the military elite, his ascension to the throne was complicated. When Philip was murdered in 336 years before the risen Christos, Alexander was one of at least 3 surviving sons. In Macedonian practice, any son, legitimate or illegitimate, had an equal claim to the throne. Alexander killed at least one rival, the son of one of Philip's concubines. The sons of other branches of the royal family also presented a challenge, but Antipater, the anti-father, the only one of Philip's senior officers who was close to Alexander, quickly persuaded the Macedonian assembly to proclaim Alexander king. Such speedy action was essential. Attalus and Parmenion, 2 of Philip's generals and powerful leaders of powerful branches of the royal family, were away from Ēhle on a campaign, an absence that made it possible to crown the untested Alexander as king. Now, it's hard to imagine that Alexander was confident about his ability to lead combat veterans and gain their respect. With so little military experience, he had no alternative but to rely upon his generals for advice and guidance. The relationship between the Macedonian officer corps and the king was open and democratic. A soldier's standing was based upon demonstrated courage on the battlefield and not upon birth or wealth. Every warrior had equal rights of speech, as the Rōmā Curtius wrote in the 1st century of Anno Domini, in the year of our Lord, and Alexander's men apparently didn't hesitate to exercise that right. They disapproved when he appeared before them wearing the white robes, jeweled slippers, and upright tiara of the Persian king. The royal secretary Eumenes had the temerity to suggest that Alexander neglected affairs of state because Alexander was too fascinated by Hephaestion's thighs. Now, Alexander was well aware of his men's doubt. His men criticized his decisions publicly, often during drinking bouts that the king frequently attended. To compete with his officers, big men who had been drinking for years, Alexander often drank far more than his small frame could tolerate. Now, Alexander likely didn't take their critiques lightly. As an outsider to warrior culture, he may have felt that their questions, however innocuous, directly challenged his leadership. He may also have suspected that they disapproved of his homosexual activities or questioned his very manhood. So did their criticism fuel feelings of inadequacy? That's impossible to substantiate, but Alexander was certainly eager to prove himself to his men and earn their acceptance. To that end, he fought bravely, often to the point of recklessness. He was injured many times, and though descriptions of these injuries may well be embellishments more often than not that certainly seem to defy medical possibility if we are to take them literally, he clearly threw himself into battle with abandon. At the siege of the citadel at Multan in 325 BC, during the India campaign, Alexander grew annoyed at the lack of progress and grabbed a scaling ladder from a soldier. He then climbed the citadel wall and jumped inside, a nearly suicidal maneuver, according to Arrian, but an act that Alexander, if he died, would wear as the crown of an exploit that would live upon the lips of men. Horrified, his comrades jumped in after him. In the struggle that followed, Alexander was struck in the chest with an arrow, a grievous injury that nearly killed him. Such seemingly foolish acts of bravery may have been a bid to win the respect of his officers, but did resentment and feelings of inadequacy fuel the violence that would become Alexander's trademark? Beginning in 335 with the conquest and burning of Thebes, one of Greece's oldest and most renowned cities, Alexander's record on the battlefield is punctuated by massacre, murder, torture, and disfigurement. Some historians describe these atrocities as part of Alexander's empire-building strategy. Through dramatic displays of death and destruction, they say, he hoped to snuff out each enemy and deter others from ever mounting a challenge. But, in many cases, the accounts of these incidents do not describe Alexander making calm, rational decisions in pursuit of a strategy. Instead, they portray a man boiling over with a blind rage that's disproportionate to the situation and seemingly without cause. Consider Alexander during the capture of Gaza in 332 years before Christ walked the earth. After a 12-month siege in which some 10,000 in the city were killed, Betis, Gaza's Persian governor, was brought before him. Though threatened with death, Betis remained silent and unbowed. With this defiance, Curtius tells us, Alexander's anger turned to fury. Thongs were passed through Betis's ankles while he still breathed, and he was tied to a chariot. Then Alexander's horses dragged him around the city, while the king gloated at having followed the example of his ancestor Achilles in punishing his enemy. Alexander displayed a similar lightning-quick outburst of fury in 328 years before Christ, when the Scythian cities of Persia revolted. He destroyed at least one of the cities to keep the others in line, according to Curtius. But at Chiropolis, the largest of the towns, resistance of its people so inflamed his rage that after its capture, he ordered it to be sacked. Of the 15,000 men defending the town, 8,000 were killed outright. Citizens of another town took refuge in a fortress, but were massacred.
So you mean the Gaza was Tyre? So that's
Thank you.
I didn't know that before.
I appreciate that.
I took a whole course on Alexander the Great and Greek history. I took many courses. But I don't know why the professor never said Gaza. But anyway, continue.
The reason he did not would be because it would be a politicization of the subject that he would have paid for with his career. That's likely the case. So
yeah, you're right about that. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Speaking of that too, many people in the audience might think about this, but did you ever watch the movie by Oliver Stone?
No, I wouldn't. I hate Oliver Stone, but go on. No, I try to avoid. I watched his stuff in the beginning before I knew about him, but of course he wound up working for Michael Aquino and Vladimir Putin as a propagandist. So I don't recommend anything he produces. But please, your own critique, your own input regarding what your own review, by all means.
Well, it came out 4K recently, but I've noticed that and I'm happy that a lot of people are. I don't know. I don't understand illegal uploads, but people were making a lot of 35 millimeter scans. I'm not really sure if that movie was made on 35 millimeter, but film. It kind of looks like it was in the 4K transfer, but I hope maybe there's a copy of that online one day because it's going to go to just a lot better review in that manner. But anyway. I know that the homosexual community and transgender community enjoys that movie a lot because it does go deep into Hystrition and Alexander. But it never was really the most greatest film, and the way it is starting off in the Battle of sorry, so it's hard to say that. The Battle of
Don't worry about it. It's just an ancient name. One of the battles. Yeah, that's fine. It's okay.
Yeah, one of the main battles. Yeah, where he lost. The king of Persia. But it was. I mean, you have Val Kilmer in there, but playing as Philip II. But it never really was a really great movie. It's the same thing happened in this new Odyssey movie. It's just they hire the wrong people, and they want this crap with Homer and Daddy's Coming Home. This type of this modern day way of making these films with this tones a bit. The battles and the formations and this and that and the sometimes do that, and the costumes are great, but. You kind of better just listen to Douglas about this, or maybe just watching some documentaries about it too.
You're very
Oliver Stone. Oliver Stone. Yeah, you're right about that. I noticed that when he started making these movies with documentaries about criticizing America, which I'm not saying something about he always criticize America, but it definitely was just the wrong terms of it. It was Russian propaganda, absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you. Well, I mean, go on. Continue.
Yeah. Yes. I think you're better watching some of the older movies.
Okay. I mean, no, I certainly appreciate your input, and
it's the same thing also with the rise, the rise and fall of the Roman Empire. They made the entire entire Roman form in that movie. Just for historical purposes, they did. These old movies did better jobs with that.
Okay, so thank you. Yeah, appreciate.
Go ahead.
Yeah, appreciate your input. Thank you. No, it's important. And at the Chiropolis, when the citizens of another town nearby, after the majority of the men were killed in that town. The citizens of another town, they took refuge in a fortress, but they were massacred when they surrendered for lack of water. And the next year, during Alexander's India campaign, he showed how quickly his anger could flare and spark violence. In the Swat Valley of Pakistan, after beating down opposition from a people called the Assassinians, he agreed to release a group of mercenaries who had fought with them at the siege of Massaga. Those mercenaries left and encamped with their women and children many miles away. But Alexander apparently had a change of heart. He followed with his army, and, falling upon them suddenly, wrought a great slaughter, according to Diodorus. Alexander nursed an implacable hostility toward the soldiers, so the historian says, and to satisfy that anger, all of the 7,000 mercenaries were killed. Now, none of these counts, of course, proves that Alexander's more monstrous acts were born of deep-seated insecurities. We can never probe his psyche deeply enough to know the truth. But these episodes suggest that many portraits of Alexander as a military genius have clouded our view of him. We've been told again and again of his battlefield greatness, but that doesn't mean his every move had a strategic purpose. Indeed, some of his most heinous crimes appear to be rooted in his personality, not his generalship. He was Alex the Great, as the Germans would say, Alex the Gross, but he was also Alex the Monster, which it takes a monster to hunt the others. This is where we get into his monster hunting. Here we are, War in Gaza, the shadow of Alexander the Great. Beautiful. So you found this. Excellent. Le Monde. Thank you so much for this. This is beautiful.
Yes.
So this is great. And now let's see if we can somehow get through that goddamn paywall. At any rate, so what have you been able to see from this that perhaps I can't see through the paywall? Anything stand out to you, or were you also blocked by the paywall? It shows a degree.
Sorry, blocked by the paywall.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry about that. I was reading for a while, but then I saw this too, but I just wanted to post that. But
No worries.
it's another article, man. This one.
Well, we'll have our man Aristides find the article in full, perhaps. And but
there are ways of doing it. So I need to get on that also.
Yes. Now, there's times I can break through these, and I believe this is not one of them in the immediate sense, but
It's an article here that's a full one post, but
okay, good.
Well, he definitely was a monster, but I mean, some people say that there's some historians have said that Alexander the Great actually, or his mother, I believe that they probably didn't conspire themselves to kill him and then blame it on Persia.
Yeah,
start a war.
I understand.
Because he was very unpopular. He had a very even Philip, also had it was going to break up, have some type of civil war, or go back to city-states, polis, which is Greek for city-states. It just wasn't under control there anyway. They weren't united. I'm saying so. Even though Philip II was beginning preparations to attack Persia anyway. But the Greeks did go through the Peloponnesian War after they defeated the Persians in the Battle of Thermopylae and other things. But in my opinion, though, the judgment of someone being homosexual and being just being incredible in general and winning wars and defeating Persia in general should never be judged upon, because he did make it more easier for the Romans to take over. So later on, except for the Parthians, they were never easy.
Well, that was due to the assassination of Julius Caesar, who would have defeated the Parthians. And that was what made his assassination so impacting on the history of the human race.
Yeah,
So,
exactly. Yes, yes. Because then you probably would never had the Jews rebelling against Roman Empire too.
mhm,
You
yes.
know, and that too. But you know when you know the what's the word history repeating itself, or the correlations between that time period and today, it's you know because Pompey was more for the people, but and you had the other guy, not Sulla, that wanted to give the general consul that wanted to give 40 acres of land for the people,
Mhm,
farmers. I not remember his name. But you know they all conspired together to get rid of the Roman Republic, and of course he was the final nail in the coffin, Caesar. Which this is the same thing with you know there are times of the oligarchs. I'm saying
mhm,
it's the same thing as kind of that they're trying to do today. But
mhm.
go ahead, go on.
Thank you. And so all of that having been covered. Now, Alexander the Great, we know him for his battles, but what we should know him for is the Macedonian monster hunting method. As Publilius Cyrus said, the wise man avoids evil by anticipating it. Now, many people think the Macedonian bad boy Alexander was called the Great just because he carved out an empire from Greece to Pakistan and is widely regarded as the preeminent strategic genius of the past 12,000 years. In point of fact, he set the bar for effective modern monster hunting. Now, we've gotten used to the dangerous, dashing lone wolf monster hunters a la Beowulf, Van Helsing. And even though Buffy has her Scooby Gang to claim the vampire slaying assist, everyone is painfully aware that the life of the Chosen One is a dark and lonely path. Now, since Alexander had a massive army, combat engineers, and a full-blown research and development team, and ruled a sizable portion of the known world, he had no patience for troublesome monsters, dramatic individual duels with pesky paranormal phenomena, or battles between mythological tyrants. By the way, we are getting a Facebook feed in from Brendan, which again I have to pause my VPN in order to see. Let's see what we do here, and then we hit his link. He's welcome, of course, to jump on whenever he wishes to interject. Astral parasites are thought forms, are entities which attach themselves to the aura, draining vitality and producing obsession unless consciously expelled. From Dion Fortune, Psychic Self-Defense, the book. Yes, New York. Samuel Weitzer, 1930 reprint from the art that's used. There we are. Okay. So thank you for that, Brendan. Yes. And always nice input there. Let me heart that in acknowledgement and go back to task. Let me see now. Here we go. Okay. Such having been iterated. Now, you don't rule a continent-spanning Hellenistic empire without learning to delegate. But by the same token, this made monsters more of a tactical problem rather than a supernatural horror. Well, actually, they were still supernatural horrors, but a well-organized phalanx of crack hop-like commandos can quickly make mincemeat of your garden variety dragon or ogre. And when the boss may just be the son of Zeus, it suggests you might have a little divine juice to back you up. Now, Alexander the Great institutionalized, organized, and calculated monster hunting. eschewing the stylized individual slayer model in favor of leveraging his vast resources and capacity for project management. And given the number of monsters he is credited with effectively handling, he was pretty goddamn good at it. Or at least recognized the fact that if you're going to deal with the devil, it's nice to have a sizable contingent of cavalry on hand and a bunch of pecker-necked, pencil-necked scientist types to make super weapons and solve structural engineering problems within which those super weapons can be most effectively deployed. The Persian poet Hakim Abul Kazim Ferdowsi Tushi, more commonly known as Ferdowsi, wrote an epic 50,000 verse poem called the Shahnameh. The Shahnameh is one of the oldest books written in Persian, detailing the history of the Persian Empire from creation until the 7th century Anno Domini, Islamic conquest of Persia, and pretty much the rest of the Middle East. Now, the Persians were not generally big fans of Alexander, holding him largely responsible for the dissolution of the Persia-centric, the Persian-centered Achaemenid Empire that lasted from roughly 550 to 330 years before the risen Christos, and particularly the Zoroastrians referred to Alexander as Gujastak, the accursed, as he leveled the capital city of Persepolis and demonstrated a propensity for burning Zoroastrian temples and holy books in particular. Now, just acknowledging another incoming message. This one I can actually see. Trump says, I love the inflation. I love it. The numbers were great. You know what I really love? I love the inflation. You know why? Because the war's over, I can say it now. Something you didn't know. Do you know we've been taking out millions of barrels of oil? Nobody knows it. Doesn't know about Iran until right now. Yeah, we took it out the other night. 22 ships. Late at night. With no lights. Because they don't have any radar. Because we blew the crap out of it. Took it out. Oil's $85 a barrel. Yeah, so there you go.
They have no Air Force. They got no Marines.
Yeah. How did they
make a
do all
deal
this?
with them?
Well, how did he do all this when he has
America? Since I've been president, America's been #1 oil producer in the world. We're making more than Saudi Arabia.
Yes, well, there you go. Trump said today, he said, I love the inflation. After he asked if he was concerned about the consumer price index. It's like, well, I think T-Tech and Real Tech and I are on the same page that basically Trump could have done none of this without Marines on the ground. And, where did he bring in all these ships? How did they get through the strait? What a load of shit. I mean, look, the guy's
fucking U.S. Navy is so fucking scared of fucking boots. They're just blockading it instead of having a ship go through because they're not ready for asymmetrical warfare.
Well, there you have that. No argument there from me. So thank you, Real Tech. So, at any rate, sometimes referring to Alexander as Iskander or Sikandar, even the Persians had to admit that Alexander had some mad skills at dealing with monsters. Now, most folks in antiquity that dealt with monsters got their macho on, slung a sword, and waded in swinging. Alexander figured he had cash, he had troops, and had a really busy schedule filled with places to go and peoples to conquer. So When it came time to deal with a nasty dragon around Habash, believed to be in Ethiopia, instead he opted to buy and skin a few cows, filled them with poison and naphtha, ancient napalm, had his soldiers feed them to said dragon, and watch the fireworks. And the only reason Alexander bothered was that the dragon happened to be blocking the mountain pass he wanted to march his army through. Medieval knights and saints wanted a lot of credit for the slaying of the odd dragon here and there after epic single combat, saving the maiden and defending the kingdom. Alexander thought of dragons as mere roadblocks, and like most roadblocks, considered them susceptible to the creative application of explosives. Now that's swag. This is the historical account with multitudinous on-site witnesses. Sikander, Alexander, at the dragon's feeding time, chose troops and bade to give it naught that day. The dragon, when its hour for battening was o'er, camest down the pass like fire. Sikander bade his troops to shower thereon their arrows swiftly. That laidly dragon drew one breath and sucked some warriors in. The son of Felicius bade beat the timbrels and the kettle drums, and kindle mighty fires, and make a blaze in every quarter. When the mountain rang with timbrel din, the monster feared and fled. When Sol ascended, meaning the sun rose, from the sign of Taurus, in the constellation of the bull, and soared the lark's note from the garths of roses, the warrior chieftain brought with him 5 oxen, procured with money from his treasury. He slew and skinned them, heads and all. His scheme gave courage to his friends. He charged the hides with bane and naphtha, and made speed toward the dragon. Blowing up the skins, he called upon the giver of all good, and bade men pass the hides along from hand to hand. As he drew near the dragon, it appeared black like a cloud. Its tongue was livid, its eyes seemed blood, its maw belched flame. They cast the oxen down from the mountain top, and closely marked the dragon which engorged them, swift as wind, or ever they had left those warriors' hands. Now when its frame was hide-stuffed, and the bane had spread throughout its body, it pierced through the entrails and invaded the brains and feet. The dragon dashed its head on mount and rocks, and thus a long time lapsed, while all the troops showered arrows on it, till that mountain form, that hunter, fell. Thence fared the host with speed, and left in scorn the dragon's body there. From Firdausi, in the Shahnameh, 977 Anno Domini, chapter 27, the verses 1334 through 1335. Now, most everybody in the ancient Middle East was concerned about a bunch of apocalyptic nasties named Gog and Magog. Jews, Christians, Muslims, and Zoroastrians don't traditionally agree on much, except that pork is definitely not the other white meat. But nonetheless, they all concurred that we should all be worried about Gog and Magog. The Hebrew Old Testament, the Christian Book of Revelations, the Muslim Quran, and the Zoroastrian Avesta each maketh reference to the monstrous peoples of Gog and Magog, who will side with evil in a variety of final apocalyptic battles. Around the 6th century BC, Ezekiel was busy warning the Hebrew people that Gog from the land of Magog was an enemy of God, saying, "Son of man, direct your face towards Gog, the land of Magog, the prince, leader of Meshech and Tubal, and prophesy concerning him. Sayest, thus saith the Lord, behold, I am against you, Gog, the prince, leader of Meshech and Tubal." That's Ezekiel, verses 38 and 39. Christian eschatology was even less charitable, commenting, "When the 1,000 years are over, Satan will be released from his prison, and will goest forth to deceive the nations in the four corners of the earth, Gog and Magog, and to gather them for battle. In number they are like the sand on the seashore." Book of Revelations, chapter 20, verses 7 through 10. The Quran relates some details on the story of Dhul-Qarnayn, believed by many scholars to refer to Alexander the Great. Then he followed away until when he reached the point between the Twa mountains, he found below them both a people who could scarcely understand speech. They said, "O Dhul-Qarnayn, verily Yegug and Magog are doing evil in the land. Shall we then pay thee tribute, on condition that thou set between us and them a rampart?" He said, "What my Lord hath established me in is better. So help me with strength, and I will set between you and they a barrier. Bring me pigs of iron until they fill up the space between the Twa mountain sides," said he. "Blow until it makest it a fire," said he. "Bring me, that I may pour over it, molten brass." So they could not scale it, and they could not tunnel it, said he. "This is a mercy from my Lord. But when the promise of my Lord cometh to pass, he will make it as dust. For the promise of my Lord is true." And we left some of them to surge on that day over others, and the trumpet will be blown, and we will gather them together. That's the book of the Quran in the Surat Al-Kahf, chapter 18, verses 85 through 95. The Zoroastrian Frashkorete think Armageddon similarly seems to involve Gog and Magog, and extant Avestan scripture does comment, "After 4,291 years of the world's creation, will the world cometh to an end. The monsters will rise in mutual destruction. The wars of Gog and Magog will take its place. Thereupon the Messianic age will open. For God renovates the universe, but after 7,000 years." From Flügel, 1898, page 228. I thus close that book before me. These Gog and Magog dudes seem to figure pretty prominently in the end of our world, and by all accounts are not a very pleasant bunch. Luckily, these scourges of humanity did not bother Alexander one whit, and rather than engage them, he dealt with them as a practical engineering problem. He simply walled them up and let them rot behind what came to be referred to as the Gates of Alexander. Marco Polo, in his travels to the east, believed the Gates of Alexander were in the Caucasus Mountains, associating Gog and Magog with what were called the Tartars in his day, of Tartaria fame or infamy, but included the story of Alexander's building a wall to pen them in. This is the province into which, when Alexander the Great attempted to advance northwards, he was unable to penetrate by reason of the narrowness and difficulty of a certain pass, which on one side is washed by the sea, and is confined on the other by high mountains and woods, for the length of 4 miles, so that a very few men were capable of defending it against the whole world. Disappointed in this attempt, Alexander caused a great wall to be constructed at the entrance of the pass, and fortified it with towers, in order to restrain those who dwelt beyond it from giving him molestation. From its uncommon strength, the pass obtained the name of the Gate of Iron, and Alexander is commonly said to have enclosed the Tatars between 2 mountains. It is not correct, however, to call the people Tatars, which in those days they were not, but of a race named Humani, with a mixture of other nations. In this province, there be many towns and castles. The necessaries of life are in abundance. The country produces a great quantity of silk, and a manufacture is carried on of silk interwoven with gold. Here are found vultures of a large size, of a species named ēhle-ʍār. The inhabitants in general gain their livelihood by trade and manual labor. The mountainous nature of the country, with its narrow and strong defiles, have prevented the Tatars from effecting the entire conquest thereof. This is from the book titled Travels of Marco Polo, translated by Maysfield and Marsden in 1908. Pages 38 through 39. I now close that edition. Again, we see Alexander, instead of getting his warlord on and clubbing some heads, calling in some contractors to quietly and permanently solve his problems with monsters. He seemed to take his monsters in stride, and largely ignored them, unless they were obstructing the path he wanted to march his army on, or interfering with combat operations. As he spent a lot of time marching his armies around and engaging in massive wars, he inevitably had to dispatch a few fearsome critters, which he tried to do with a minimum of fuss. Alexander made it to India around 326 years before Christ walked the earth, part of his larger plan to conquer the entire world, and wrote home to his longtime teacher, the philosopher Aristotle, giving a first-hand account of the wonders of India and the occasional monster he had to dispatch from this mortal coil. These are Alexander's own words. And again, multitudinous eyewitnesses on site accompanied him. And on the second night, behold, there came a monster, a beast which was larger than an elephant. And when it drew nigh to the ditch within which we had entrenched ourselves, it wished to escape, but was not able to do so. Now when I saw this, I commanded that herald to go round about through the camp, and to order the soldiers to put on their armor, and to protect themselves that night. And I informed them concerning the beast, the like of which I had never seen before. And I commanded them, moreover, to light fires round about them, and that each man should abide in his own place the whole of that night. And when the beast saw the fighting men, it lifted itself up and betook itself to flight. But as it was fleeing, by reason of its mighty rage, it fell into the ditch within which we had entrenched ourselves, and I commanded 30 of our mighty warriors to rise up against it and to slay it, and they slew that beast. And it came to pass on the morrow, when daylight had appeared, that I commanded the men to bind the beast with ropes, and 300 men dragged it out of the ditch, and cut open its belly, and they found therein a great number of snakes and scorpions, and fish larger than oxen, and each of its tusks was a cubit in length, and its claws were like unto those of hawks. Now this beast is the most voracious of all the wild beasts of that country. This was Alexander's Epistolae to Aristotle, translated by Budge in 1896, pages 149 through 150. The lesson for monsters is, of course, that Alexander rarely travels alone, and while that may look like a scrumptious snack camping out on a hill over the Ganges, it's actually an army with a great deal of experience fighting creatures just like you. Again, Alexander isn't about to go toe-to-toe with something on the order of an organic freight train. He'd rather have his army drive it into a ditch, chop at it for a while, bind it up, and dissect it for future reference. As the ruler of one of the largest empires in history, and a military genius, Alexander the Great really didn't have to prove just how tough he really was. Consequently, monsters that were unfortunate enough to encounter him faced a new kind of enemy. That is, one who would calmly and cunningly figure out the most efficient way to use his vast resources to turn you into a historical footnote. In Alexander, we see the advent of scientific monster hunting, as well as the pithy yet incredibly egotistical catchphrase, "Heaven cannot brook two sons, nor earth twa masters," no doubt uttered after he sent yet another monster to meet its malevolent maker. Unfortunately, monsters seem to have learned their place in the universe after Alexander, sticking more to the shadows and stalking individual victims, where they were less likely to encounter the overwhelming force of a globe-trotting, siege-equipped army and its fearless, monster-mangling general. We have here from, did I acknowledge this from our man Brendan? This might be something new, and maybe I'll have to, page isn't redirecting properly. Well, there you go. I'll just have to put this on pause again and see if I can see what it was that he sent. And I probably forgot to acknowledge it before. And, oh, yes, that's right. How could I forget? So let's put that up there with the proper emoji response.
You made a private message.
Yeah. There we go. And from you, the Dragon Slayer, Alexander's quest for a better kingdom. Beautiful. Thank you so much for this. Again, let's see there. Oh, is there a, thank God, at least without a paywall, you found it. Good.
Yes.
Yeah. And excellent. Thank you. And I appreciate this profoundly. Let me heart that with 100%. And thereafter back to task. Is there something in particular that you'd like to say about that article that you've just shared?
Well, I'm still processing learning about this information and about dragons and the snap, but I always believed they were real anyway. So
thank you.
You know, the Chinese astrology, they always celebrate the dragon the most, but there are plenty of other features about that. So I got to support Dietrich. Support Dietrich and invest into him, because investing in Douglas is investing into your cultivation of information that he has.
Thank you. Thank you. Bless you. Now, no doubt, sober historians are sneering at my revelation of Alexander as the intellectual father of modern monster hunting. But that's because historians are keen on controlling how and why we name things. Much as the 19th century English clergyman Charles Kingsley observed. And here I quote his tea. Did not learned men too hold, till within the last 25 years, that a flying dragon was an impossible monster? And do we not now know, that there are hundreds of them found as fossils up and down the world? People call them pterodactyls, but that is only because they are ashamed to call them flying dragons, after denying so long that flying dragons could exist. Now, it's hard for most to admit the historical fact that Alexander the Great was a recorded monster hunter when we spend so much time disbelieving monsters, disbelieving in monsters as an axiom, perhaps one of the very foundations of what we insist is reality. And this brings us back, of course, to Gog and Magog behind Alexander the Great's wall in China. Now, here we are. Jimmy Wormholes 888 says, "They wormhole dragons." Cool. All right. That's yes, I guess an emoji response to that is in order. And with that, I'll take a look here for a nice little thumbs up and send that his way. There we go. And here we are. Now, Gog and Magog are apocalyptic figures in Jewish, Christian, and Islamic scripture. Alexander the Great was the ancient Greek leader who conquered much of Western Eurasia and Northern Africa. Like Gog and Magog and Alexander the Great, a great wall in China was well known about 2,200 years ago. Now, a millennium later, a story existed with learned support that Alexander the Great built a wall in China to protect civilization from Gog and Magog. Now, those story pieces incredibly fit. The book of Ezekiel describes Gog like a Mongol leader. Early Jewish and Christian references to Gog and Magog variously refer to them as individuals, peoples, and lands. In the book of Ezekiel, Gog is from Magog, prophesying about 2,600 years ago. Ezekiel declared that Gog and Magog will come from many peoples, out of the remotest parts of the north, all of them riding on horses, a great horde, a mighty army. Gog from Magog attacks quiet peoples living in unwalled, waste places and carries off plunder. Those people seem like migrants to the great expanses of Eurasia. Ezekiel prophesies that Gog and Magog will attack the people of Israel. The people of Israel have walled and gated cities. However, the decisive defense of Israel in Ezekiel's prophecy cometh from God showing his power to the world. In the book of Ezekiel, chapters 38 through 39, my quotes for accessibility come from the New Revised Standard Version. Ezekiel 38, chapter 38, verse 15 and verse 12. Now, in stories popular among sedentary peoples of southwestern Eurasia, or Eurasia, Alexander the Great walled off savage peoples living somewhere north. The story appears in the writing of the Jewish Roman historian Josephus in the 1st century. Now, Josephus, his book was titled The War of the Jews, Book 7, Chapter 7, Section 4. Alexander the Great never attacked Jerusalem and is well regarded in ancient Jewish literature. Alexander the Great was a world conqueror broadly similar to Genghis Khan. Alexander the Great, unlike Genghis Khan, was from a sedentary people. The conflict between the civilized, or sedentary, and the savage, or nomadic peoples, is the underlying structure of the story of Alexander's Wall. Having Alexander the Great as the protagonist suggests that sedentary peoples considered the threat from nomadic peoples to be world-threatening. The threat that Alexander walled off was like the apocalyptic threat of Gog and Magog in Jewish and Christian literature. No later than 630 years before the Christos ever arose, the stories of Gog and Magog and Alexander's Wall came together among the Syriac Christians in northern Mesopotamia, Brendan Zogit's people. Legends about Alexander the Great probably became popular soon after his death in 323 BC. An Alexandrian romance, written in Greek, is known to have existed from no later than the 3rd century BC. There is a recent English translation of texts associated with the Greek Alexandrian romance by Stoneman in 1991, within which a Syrian Christian author in 630 wrote a text that described itself thus: an exploit of Alexander, the son of Philip the Macedonian, how he went forth to the ends of the world, and made a gate of iron, and shut it in the face of the north wind, that the Huns, variously also called the Scythians, might not come forth to spoil the countries. This is from Donzel, Schmidt, and Ott, circa 2009, on page 18 of the book I'm looking at. By the way, Jimmy Wormholes 888 says, before the term dinosaur was spawned, the rightful term for these sacred beasties was dragon, especially in the UK, where places were named after dragons, like my manor, the Wormhole, Dragon Forest. Okay, cool. Thank you for that information. Yeah, and that's bang on. Okay, there we go. Send that his way. Now give me a second to catch my breath here. I think that it's one of these subjects that, of course, we can go on about for a while and probably deserves a lot more time than I'm giving it. So we might continue this, well, on another night when Brendan's complaining. On Sunday night, we can return to this, or we can return to the topic I'm going to talk about, or intend to talk about, the Fourth World War that's to come. We would, what say ye? Yourself, Real Tech, what do you feel? You want to go on a bit more about this? Or shall we continue in a bit of time? We've got, of course...
Well, how many people are watching?
That's what I'm trying to take into consideration. I guess enough, and others will review it. But I always prefer a little bit more when I'm going on and on about something. And I could always add far more details about what I'm speaking about, goes sans saying. So...
Well, how are you feeling, though?
All right. I mean, I guess I'm okay with going on a bit more, but it depends. Keep on, Jimmy Wormholes 888 says, if you insist. Okay, if you insist, that's all right. We'll do that then.
Well, if he insists, if he insists, you should make a little donation then.
That would help, wouldn't it? Yes, Jimmy
Yes.
Wormholes, you heard the man. And by all means, it wouldn't hurt to keep the money flowing so that I have some. He said, "Great words of wisdom." Well, that's certainly appreciated. Let me give him a nice response for that. Nice prayer hands. There we go. And here we are. Is most gracious in that regard. Now, as we were saying about the underlying theme of civilization and the nomads, no later than around the time of 630 years before Christ, we've got these Alexandrian romances. That's such a horrible term, because in the old days, to call someone a romancer would be to be calling them a fantasist. But these are recorded histories within which the text that I've just read, as translated by Donzel Schmidt and Ott in 2009, not very long ago. This text identified the Huns as Gog and Magog. There's a Syriac poem written about this time that described itself as Poem on the pious King Alexander, and on the gate which he built against Gog and Magog. Now, the Islamic conquest of Suraya in the mid-7th century provided additional impetus to Syriac Christian apocalyptic writing. The Syrian apocalypse of Pseudo-Methodius, probably composed in the last decade of the 7th century, describes Alexander constructing a wall against Gog and Magog. The apocalypse of Pseudo-Methodius circulated widely and was well known across Western Eurasia from the 8th century. It popularized the story of Alexander the Great walling off Gog and Magog. In describing the Syriac apocalypse of Pseudo-Methodius, there's an account of Alexander walling off unclean nations that exists in the Y-shaped recension of the Greek Alexandrian romance. Now, this is, of course, a sigil, very similar to Nordic sigils or runin. That is its method of chapter separation. The account specifying 22 nations and names 16 nations, led off by Goth, Magoth. These were unclean nations in the sense of ritual purity and practices considered savage, evil, and disgusting. As translated by Stoneman in 1991 on pages 185 through 187, Book 3, Section 26a. They used to eat worms and foul things that were not real food at all. Dogs, flies, snakes, aborted fetuses, dead bodies, and unformed human embryos. They ate not only animals, but the corpses of humans as well. The ghoul, arisen from the depths, en masse. By the mid-9th century, learned men believed that Alexander's wall against Gog and Magog was in northwestern China. The influential early 9th century Persian astronomer, geographer, and mathematician Al-Khwarizmi or Khwarizmi, the Khwarizmi placed Alexander's wall in northwestern China. In 842, in that 842 years after Christ had walked the earth, was crucified, descended, and ascended, Caliph al-Watiq, or Caliph, the emperor, the Watiq, sent Salam at-Turjumani, who was highly proficient in languages, on a mission to determine whether Gog and Magog had broken through Alexander's wall. Salim traveled to Tiflis, Tbilisi, in the Georgian Caucasus, and plausibly passed through the Darial Pass. Some accounts of Alexander's feats suggested that he had walled off the Darial Pass. Evidently, what Salam saw in the Caucasus was not compelling. He headed east, traveling 3,200 miles to northwestern China. Salam ultimately reported to Caliph al-Watiq that he had found Alexander's wall in China, about 300 miles from Yigü, the present-day Hemi, probably at Yumenguan. Assuaging the Caliph's anxiety, Salam declared that this wall against Gog and Magog was intact. This is per Donjel Schmidt and Alt's translation in the 2009 work that I'm sourcing, Chapter 7, pages 10 through 12, providing an English translation of the text from Ibn Khurdadda, or Khurdadbi, and it compares other sources. It argues with detailed analyses that Salam actually took the trip from Samarra to western China. It gives routes and mileages. Salam reportedly traveled from 842 through 845 in the years of our Lord, maintaining, of course, you've got some historians like Dusseni. Dusseni maintains that the trip was fictive. Well, even if it was fictive, it seems to have been believable enough to the Caliph himself, who dispatched an agent to carry the trip out. It strikes me as hardly fitting on the part of someone in that trust to sit down and fabricate a story with measurements that can be, well, followed up on. That comforting rapport probably depended on identifying Alexander's wall with what has become known as the Great Wall of China. Eastern Christian stories of Alexander's wall indicated that the wall was in the Caucasus. Eastern Christian sources located Alexander's wall at the Caucasian Gates, the Caspian Gates, the Derbent Pass in present-day Dagestan, and the Darial Pass on the border of present-day Russia and Georgia. In these sources, the story includes Alexander praying for two mountains to move together to close off the unclean nations. Thus, the most consistent location in the Eastern Christian sources is the Darial Pass. Islamic tradition located Alexander's wall similarly, as per Donzel Schmidt and Alt, on pages 51 through 56 of this work. Now, in Arabic literature, Gog and Magog are called Yējuj and Mējuj. But a location in China had supporters in the Islamic world. Al-Masudi, who died in 1956, and Qidama ibn Jafar, who died circa 932, and Ibn Hawqal, who died in 988, and other later thinkers located Alexander's wall in or near China. The location also had the advantage of corresponding to the location of an actual enduring Great Wall. Now, the possible effects of communication are boundless. The circulation of claims and stories about Gog and Magog, Alexander building a wall, and a Great Wall in China coalesced in an official report to the Abbasid Caliph Al-Wathiq, one of the most powerful and learned 9th century leaders on earth. That report, and similar accounts of Alexander's wall in China, annihilated the 3,200-mile wide space from the Caucasus to northwestern China. You might say, well, the most amazing communication technology has always been human minds and human networks. But this goes well beyond that. How could so many people be so wrong? Well, they're not. And the Wall of Alexander still exists. Now, when we think about the many names for this wall, one of them which sticks to my mind as the Wolf Wall, Iran's Wolf Wall, the second longest in the world. It's still shrouded in mystery. In Golestan province, in northern Iran, you've got this unique landscape sandwiched between the temperate forests of the Alborz Mountains and the Caspian Sea, which is, of course, motherfucking Russia. This narrow corridor connects Persia with the desert steppes of Central Asia. The passage measures 120 miles across, from sea to mountain. And it's made of fertile rolling plains rising to windswept hills. The ancient name for this place was the Gorgan, meaning the land of wolves. And wild wolves can still be found there, along with roe deer and bounding goitered gazelles. Now, for centuries, Golestan lay at the northern border of one of the world's first superpowers, the Sasanian Empire. Now, for 400 years, from their ascension in the 3rd century until they fell to Muslim conquerors around the year 600, the Sasanians ruled a vast stretch of the ancient Near East from their capital in Ctesiphon, just south of Baghdad, while the Western Roman Empire struggled in Europe. The Sasanians brought a golden age to the region now covered by Iran, Iraq, Syria, and Turkey. And here enters our Wolf Wall. Here in Golestan, the scope of this empire's ambition left its mark on the landscape in a remarkable way. Across the plain stretches a mighty border wall, surpassed in size and scale only by the Great Wall of China. It's known as the Wall of Gorgan, and unlike its Chinese counterpart, much of its construction remains an unsolved mystery to this day. Powerful as it was, the Sasanian Empire also had formidable enemies. Chief among these were the vast horse-borne armies of the Huns, who regularly menaced their northern borders. And the most dangerous were the Hephthalites, the so-called White Huns. They left no written records behind. So who they were, what language they spoke, and where they came from is a mystery. We do know, however, that their swift armies routinely made forays out of the harsh desert lands deep into the Sasanian Empire. The flat, fertile Gorgan region was the main corridor through which they mounted their attacks. To counter this threat, the Sasanians undertook an engineering project of immense ambition, beginning in the 5th century. They began to construct a wall that would span the whole length of the Gorgan lowlands, a sinuous barrier of mud bricks that would ultimately stretch farther than the combined length of Hadrian's Wall and its more northern cousin, the Antonine Wall. For 1,000 years, until the extension of the Great Wall of China under the Ming Dynasty, the Gorgan Wall was the longest wall in the world. 121 miles of it have been unearthed, and it follows the line of division between the rich plains and the hardy desert almost exactly. An engineering marvel. The archaeologist Warwick Ball has called the Wall of Gorgan among the most ambitious and sophisticated frontier walls ever built. That's especially high praise given that the wall is made solely from mud. With no trees or stone available on the Gorgan plain, the only building material was dirt from the river basin itself. The 5th century Sasanian engineers attacked this problem with characteristic ingenuity, effectively creating an immense mobile brick-making industry to produce the millions of fired mud bricks that make up the wall. Along its entire length, archaeologists have found the remains of temporary kilns, each designed to an identical blueprint, which would have been moved along as the wall was built. In other words, these were mobile foundries, standardized, moved along with the wall as it came into being, as if it were a railroad in slow-mo, accompanied by attendant cars. Mud bricks need water to be molded, so as well as kilns, the ancient engineers had to dig hundreds of kilometers of canals that brought water from the region's rivers to the construction site. Once the wall was completed, the engineers joined up the canals and turned them into a moat on the wall's defensive side, an enormous earthwork that is still visible today. This must also have been used as a water source for soldiers and workers in the arid plain. The wall's design reveals the immaculate planning that went into its construction. Along its entire length, there is very little variation. It remains 10 meters wide and 3 meters tall for over 100 miles. Each brick in the wall is of uniform size and shape, 16 by 16 times 4 inches. And the distinctive red color of the bricks gives the wall its local name, the Kizil Alan, in the Turkoman language, the Red Snake. The wall even crosses rivers, where engineers built dams and sluices, sections of which are still visible in the silty waters 1,500 years later. To add to the wall's strength, 30 forts also bolstered the defenses, spaced at intervals of between 6 and 30 miles. To have been effective, the wall must have been constantly garrisoned with a standing army, and indeed excavations of possible barracks buildings in area suggest that between 15,000 to 36,000 men were stationed in forts along its entire length. Organic materials found in the forts shows the Sasanian warriors, the soldiers, Sasanian soldiers really, they're soldiery, not warriors. They consumed a rich diet, including fish from the nearby Caspian Sea and crops from the wall's verdant hinterland. Despite all this, the exact details of the Gorgan Wall story are still wreathed in mystery. In 2008, the periodical Current Archaeology reported that No actual textual source refers to the wall, no inscription, and no coin has ever been found on it. Though many theories propose to explain who ordered it built, the wall itself still refuses to give up its secrets. We also don't know why the wall was abandoned and left to crumble. Around 200 years after its construction, something changed. All activity at the wall suddenly and mysteriously ceased, and it was no longer manned or defended. Archaeologists speculate that maintaining its enormous standing garrison might have become too expensive, or the threat of Hunnic raids simply faded. Perhaps the troops were needed to support dynastic feuding, or an attack on the rival Eastern Roman Empire. After its abandonment, the wall began to break down as natural weathering processes ate away at the bricks, and it has been covered in places by shifting sand dunes. Human needs have taken their toll as well, as successive generations have digested the walls' constituent parts for building materials. Even today, people continue to plunder the wall for its perfectly shaped bricks, using them to furnish their own homes. But the Gorgan wall has made its mark on legend too, inscribed in the popular imagination as deeply as it leaves its marks on the Golistan landscape. In the Quran, Alexander, the hero called Dul-Karnain, built a wall encased in iron to repel attacks from the savage people of Gog and Magog. To read from the Surat al-Kahf, pages 83 through 98. Help me, therefore, with the strength and labor. I will erect a strong barrier wall between you and they. At length, when he had filled up the space between the 2 steep mountain sides, he said, Blow with your bellows. Then, when he had made it red as fire, he said, Bring me that I may pour over it molten lead. Thus were they made powerless to scale it or to dig through it. Now, generally, Quranic scholars knowest that the wall of Dul-Karnain and the Gorgan wall are one and the same. Dul-Karnain being none other than Alexander the Great, who is known to have built such a metal wall, known as the Gates of Alexander. Today, the Gorgan Wall is a stark reminder that the history of the world is not just the history of the West. Its breadth is a testament to the ingenuity and determination of ancient peoples, and illustrates how, at a time when the order of Western Europe was collapsing, great powers elsewhere were achieving marvels. So, the Red Snake in northern Iran, red as when it was molten by Alexander himself, still stands. It having been built to basically deflect a siege of Al-Ghul, the race of the ghouls that ate everything from human cadavers to human fetuses. In that sense, well, Alexander, it took a monster to save humanity from a far more monstrous fate. Certainly, someday my biological father, Adolf Hitler, will be held in that same vein. As Dietrich, or the historical Vladislav Sepesh, titled by his knightly name of Dracula, the son of the dragon, came after hundreds of years to be acknowledged as the savior of Europe from the conquering Turks. So all of this having been articulated, well, I think I've earned my pay for the night. And I have no money to take and run. So everyone out there, do contribute. And with that, we'll ask if anyone is awake to say goodnight, aside myself. If you'd be so kind.
I'm awake,
dear
of course.
Well, thank you, dear sir. Well, say whatever you wish, and certainly anything else that comes to your mind. If you have any other recourse to conversation, you're welcome to broach the topic.
Well, I'm happy that you, we're studying more than just the Bible, of course. That you're talking about the Quran and different, and of course the Persian religion.
Thank you.
So, instead of being closed-minded with all these people that just always want to talk about the Bible, and of course they always want to talk about the Old Testament. And that's the problem with the night of the living dead, which is Congress. They love the Old Testament. They don't love Jesus. Bunch of hypocrites. And this is what Jesus Christ spoke about this himself, which is Revelation 2:9, Revelation 3:9, which I will read really quick. Just give me a second. You find it 2:9, which is, I know thy works and tribulation and poverty, but thou art rich, and I know the blasphemy of them which say they are Jews, and not, but are the synagogue of Satan. And Revelation 3:9, behold, I will make them of the synagogue of Satan, which they say are Jews, are not, but do lie. Behold, I will make them to come and worship before thy feet, and to know that I have loved thee.
Well, thank you for sharing that. That's thank you for that reading. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Yeah, and
Well, you've earned your keep tonight, and please support Dietrich, folks. You're welcome. And we're almost towards the end of the month. Time's gonna come before you know it. You blink, it's there. And in the summertime, even though he lives in a cold city, but in the summertime, still use electricity.
Yes. By the way, Jimmy Wormholes 888 says Church of Philadelphia is what you were reading from or about, I believe. So that's a good identifier there. And so thank you so much, dear Real Tech. Hey, Aristides, are you with us? Let's see if Aristides is rousable. And if Aristides, if you do hear us, you're welcome to come on and join us for a good morning. In your part of the world, of course, we've already gone past midnight and into the day. So you're welcome to drop in and say hi. I doubt that he's awake, so we'll let him continue his rest. Oh, there he is. Oh, dear Aristides.
Oh.
By all means, good sir.
Yep.
Okay.
Yes, I'm at rest, but I don't know if you saw, I put the PayPal link
Oh, bless you.
in the chat, so
Thank you so
that's where
much.
people should find it and send you a contribution from right now.
Okay.
Period.
Great. Yes. Oh, that's wonderful. Well,
Yes,
let me...
make a monthly contribution, make a recurring investment.
Yes. Thank you. And so let's see, what else is this wonderful thing that... Oh, yeah. Did I give that to Aristides? I do believe I gave it to him. Let me see if there's a link I provided to Aristides. Ah, yes. So there you are. Okay, good. You'll find that later at your convenience. Well, my love to both of you gentlemen. And, both of you have a blessed morning. My love in return to all our supporters who are in the chat and participating on the show. Make certain that other people hear this and make certain to share it so that other people can review it and download it, upload it, just review it at their leisure. And it bears listening to the show in its entirety. Make certain everyone knows of it and spread the word. With all that having been said, obviously, We cannot continue this without your contributions. They're sorely needed. And that having been said, to all who do support us morally as well as financially, in return, you have my thoughts and prayers. And again, we'll be back on Sunday for what should be a full night show, meaning we're probably going to go past midnight my time, which takes it all the way till 2 or 3 in the morning Eastern. And for those people who join us then, I'll likely start talking about the Fourth World War, and we can always return to Alexander, the walls, Gog and Magog, and other gruesome and sundry details about the ghoul kingdoms beneath the surface of the earth, which he staved off with his wall and with other enclosures I have not yet exposed. All of that having been articulated. Again, tonight's biofacsimilacra was to, in a sense, be a tribute to Alexander in his death, pale and the color of Grecian marble, and of course, a rose in the mouth, as was wont the custom of his time. With all of that having been articulated, never forget, he held the largest wedding in human history, a marriage of East and West, in which his Western European army each took an Oriental bride in Persia and the surrounding lands. And his entire intent, once having sat underneath the Bodhi tree, where the Buddha had attained enlightenment, he wished to render Buddhism as the unifying religion of his empire, which is fitting because Buddhism is a warrior religion. Unknown to most people, Buddha was an Aryan warrior of the Aryan warrior caste of India, and suffered from severe post-traumatic stress disorder, dealing with it through attaining a contemplative mindset and ultimately enlightenment. Alexander wished to follow his example into a much more enlightened world. And with that, he would have conquered his monstrous forays into, blind rage that had propelled many of his misactions before that point. His assassination thus deprived the world of a truly golden age. Cosmopolitan, universal, and Buddhistic. And we were deprived of such as well when Julius Caesar was assassinated. And otherwise he would have conquered Parthia, obtained the Silk Road and passage there through, and thereafter gunpowder from China, which was his intent on the conquest of Parthia in the first. He wanted control of the Silk Road, access to what the Romans called fulminatum, or gunpowder. That would have rendered Roma a gunpowder empire, and it would still be around today. All that we were deprived of by successive assassinations of some of the greatest men on earth. All right, all of that having been said, 11 p.m. here, 1 minute thereafter, we're closing stream. Most blessed be to all the ladies. Kisses thereunto. Hugs to the gentlemen. Join us on Sunday night, same Dietrich time, same Dietrich channel. Dietrich being the Teuto-Slavonic for Dragon. Same Dragon time, same Dragon channel. Bring a friend and spread the word. Okay. Ending stream. And with